Good afternoon, everyone. It is Pal Ponder on Weather here, coming to you live with storm coverage this afternoon. How's everyone going? It is 2 o'clock, and we've been talking about this storm really getting going for the last week. We've been following this storm, and it is right on our doorsteps now. And we have an active tornado watch out there. So, can everybody give me a thumbs up? You can hear me, everything out there. So we're going to be going over this tornado watch today. Right now, the highlighted in this yellow shaded area. Yeah, so just give me a quick thumbs up if everybody can hear me. I know people are just now kind of tuning in. All right, cool. Got a thumbs up. All right, so yeah, so here's the actual tornado watch happening right now. This goes on until 7 o'clock. This is what they call a PDS, or particularly dangerous tornado watch. That is includes these areas that are shaded within the yellow zone. That's the most favored area of a possible tornado, and if not a potential strong or even a long tracking tornado this afternoon. But just because you're not into a tornado watch doesn't mean you can't have a tornado happening, because we do have several tornadoes warnings right now that are basically outside of this zone. So we do have one currently right now that just kind of popped up, and these were things are starting to originate actually out here and towards East Texas. So we've got this active tornado warning out here for north central Liberty County and southeastern Texas. So this is just kind of the origination of these storms that are just now getting going with that low level jet and all that energy. We got that very strong cold front back behind it at that 30 to 40-degree drop, and it's tapping into that warm sector right now. So the atmosphere is highly spinning today with a lot of sheer environment. So at 1:59, we do have a severe thunderstorm that was capable of producing a tornado to Dayton Lakes, or 14 miles southwest of the Thicket area, or moving northeast about 25 miles an hour. So not a confirmed tornado, but we do have some spin up, instability out here towards and just kind of north of the Houston Metroplex, northeast of the Houston Metroplex. This is east and in East Texas. So you can actually see on the zoomed out radar depiction, you start to see all these kind of numerous showers and thunderstorms really starting to bubble up. And this is just kind of the beginning stages of what on a further expansion is highlighted this whole vicinity that's really going to be lighting up this afternoon, essentially from Houston, from East Texas to Shreveport, really through the Little Rock area, all the way through Memphis to Nashville, this whole zone into Birmingham, going into Montgomery to Mobile, back into New Orleans, and within this sector of Mississippi is in the most favored area for seeing some of those strong tornadoes today. But we've got several other tornado warnings to worry about. It doesn't look nothing's confirmed on the ground at the moment, but we do have some active tornado warnings to talk about. This is southeastern Wilkinson County. This is southern Mississippi. There was another area of concern that was located near the Centerville area, or just kind of 15 miles north of Jackson. This is moving northeast at 30 miles an hour down here into the Mississippi area, and that's heading northeast, heading towards between Macomb and Brookhaven there. So we're going to be seeing a lot of this action, and we're just kind of getting going. Just the origination of this this activity, this very volatile day. We have another area of instability out here towards just right of the Hattiesburg area. So I'm going to do my best to keep up with all the watches and warnings today, because there's a lot. I'm the only one here, so bear with me. So this is another storm that was located 10 miles southwest of the state line, or 11 miles north of Leakesville. 11 miles north of Leakesville, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. So this area is rotating on radar. Another area of concern on radar, but nothing confirmed at the moment on the ground. So we're going to be seeing again I'm expecting a very active day, and it's just the initiation of these storms. And then if you go to the right here, we have another tornado warning near the Chatham area. So we have four tornado warnings currently happening right now, just areas of concern that have some rotation within the atmosphere that we have to be concerned about of something making touchdown. So I think these are we just kind of get in at the beginning stages of this event. I think we get towards like the 4 o'clock time frame, things are really going to be starting to ramp up. It's which then it's concerning because now daylight starts to wind down around by 5 o'clock in a lot of these areas. So by 5 o'clock, you're dark out there, and that turns into these nighttime nocturnal tornadoes, and that just increases the danger threat. So, but I do feel this threat is just kind of getting going. I think it gets really starts to get active about 4 o'clock, and I think our peak times are going to be somewhere in the vicinity of between 6 and 10 o'clock this evening. In and around the Mississippi area, and then up towards western Tennessee, and then as it moves through into portions of Alabama, getting into the overnight hours, we may be dealing with severe storms between now and I would say about two to 4 o'clock in the morning. It won't really be until this cold front that's going to be able to sweep and kind of hopefully catch up to the storms and finally kind of lose their instability. But that's probably about 14 hours away. That's a long time away from now. So hey, thanks everyone for tuning in. We are watching live storm coverage this afternoon, heading into this evening, and is into the overnight hours. So I'm expecting a very busy day. We do have a tornado watch in place currently in this yellow shaded area. This is a high volatile day. They are going to be updating the Storm Prediction Center site here in about an hour or so. But here's the latest from what we have currently at the moment. So let me take these off and let me put on, because to my knowledge, I don't think they expanded the slight risk or the moderate risk in place. So we do have that moderate risk in place. So they're your risk zones parameter. So and just kind of goes to show you, just because you were at a marginal risk down here in Houston's, this is a marginal risk. You have a 2% probability, and yet we have a tornado warning within this sector. So that's why you can never let your guard down just because you're in a 2% risk zone. The possibilities are there. It's just the probabilities aren't as high, but it still can happen. And that's proof right there that we do have an active tornado warning happening right now that could spin up a tornado. So you have more favorability once you get into these slight risk zones, which is highlighted into the yellow shaded area. And that's where we find a couple tornado warnings currently ongoing right now, just to the east of the Hattiesburg area. But yeah, once you get into just to the orange shaded area, that's your more enhanced risk zone, and that's where you can find a little bit greater probability. And then once you get into this red shaded zone, that is the most favored area, once we get, all the instability in play. But yeah, this extends. I mean, this has actually been extending further to the northeast with kind of every update. So now even Memphis is right on the edge of that enhanced risk for those tornadic supercells. This extends all the way up into Hopkinsville, Murfreesboro, includes the Nashville area, almost to Chattanooga. So this is a huge area of severe storms that are under this risk zone today that we've got to be concerned about for this active severe weather. So so if you're just now tuning in, make sure you hit the like button on the screen there, and then share it. And then if there's any groups or pages, friends and family within this area that needs to be warned about this particular dangerous system. This is a very active day. We could be looking at, the Storm Prediction Center actually indicated at their last update that they could actually upgrade this to potentially high risk and just kind of in this zone. So this is a new developed tornado warning within this sector. So let's go over this tornado warning. We have another developing tornado potentially, which is the severe thunderstorm that was capable of producing tornado was located near the midnight area. This was moving about 55 miles an hour. So this is right where the low level jet is. So within this sector, these are going to be the fastest moving storms. This is another great concern because, moving at 55 miles an hour, and once it turns night, it becomes really dangerous. So you're going to, we're going to do our best we can to give you all the warnings out there to let you know to get in your safe zone. So right now, this is the developing a potential tornado developing radar indicated, not confirmed, but it is heading towards the Greenwood area. It's essentially right by the Silver City location, and this is moving northeast about 55 miles an hour. So it's right in that red shaded area. So if you got anybody that lives in the Mississippi area, the Arkansas, the Louisiana, Alabama, Tennessee, all those areas definitely need to be on. They need to be made aware of the situation that's going to be unfolding over the next really 10 to 12 hours, and they just need to be on high alert for active weather to potentially impact their area and have their tornado action plan in place right now and kind of have a plan B. So it's one of those things. If you are home and you don't really technically have to go anywhere, there's just one of those days. The best option is just to stay home and kind of hunker down and listen to all the watches and warnings unfold, because all this will be clearing out tomorrow and it'll be a nice day. So things can be put off for a day or so to kind of keep you out of harm's way. But I know a lot of people are at work, they're still at school, and they're out and about. So they need to be, made aware of this dangerous situation that's unfolding right now. And to be able to share this live stream, because we'll be doing live coverage for this event throughout the duration of the event through the evening hour and going towards the overnight hour with this storm coverage. Hey Heather, hey, I'm on the live streams and reporting the Emergency Management Association. Hey, light green is where my parents live. Hope it stays calm. Yeah, so this is they have the light green because this is just kind of the initiation. If you recall, if you go back, I mean the evolution of this storm really was a day 7 risk, which had kind of highlighted the Dallas-Fort Worth area. That was 7 days ago, and the evolution has kind of shifted it a little bit further east as time gone on. But the storm predictions, they had a slight risk all the way out from day 7, and that evolution was upgraded to an enhanced on day 5, and then on day 2 it got upgraded to a moderate risk. And that's where we are now. And the latest development from the Storm Prediction Center has mentioned it, that they could possibly upgrade it in their afternoon update that might be coming up in the next hour or so, to some of this area within the red shaded area into a high risk. They have not done it yet, but they definitely mentioned it. They didn't have a certainty of the exact area that would include the higher risk. And if that does happen, that would technically be the first high risk in November since November the 7th, 2013. So we'd have to go back almost 9 years from ago was the last time we potentially had a high risk area within November. So it's definitely kind of rare to see this stuff this time of year. But you saw the dynamics in place with all those temperatures, the really warm temperatures, and you have that lift, you got some instability. And what's happening is there's just a ton of shear that's going over that environment. So you've got the high dew points of basically 70, 72 degrees. That's very, rare for this time of year. That's really soupy, right? We saw that what happened last December when we had that kind of record December all time for a lot of areas, really warm. And then that December 10th outbreak that was over Kentucky. So we have similar dynamics. I wouldn't say it's tough to say you can compare events from one to the next, but we do have, similar dynamics in place. Um, let's hope it don't get to let's hope it doesn't get to something like that. So we'll just watch everything unfold and evolve, and as we go, and we'll just definitely hope for the best this evening, because the atmosphere is essentially screaming that it's prime for rotating, tornadic supercells, and could be some long track based on some of these helicity index between that and the instability and the torcon, or the tornadic parameter signatures were very high. So you mix all those parameters development, and they had these train tracks that were showing up on high resolution guidance, which was very scary. That's always indicative of something, not just a tornado, but when they were looking like train tracks of like could be some kind of long track tornadoes, and that's where the kind of the situation really started to escalate into something even more severe, when that something like that was kind of showing up in the high resolution guidance. You don't really see that often, and it's definitely very concerning when you definitely see something like that, seeing lines going from 50 to 100 miles long. So that's what the data is showing us. So we'll just hope for, it's not as bad as what the data says it could be. So that's what we're here for, to do live storm coverage and go over all the details with you, and keep you as safe as possible. Hey, Lucky, how are you doing? Hey, I appreciate the support out there. Hey, Bev. Hey, as Wyatt is from Atlanta to Dallas, that's the big field. Yeah, I mean it's a big storm. I mean you're dealing with that snowstorm up there, right? So yeah, if you expand the view, I mean it's kind of rare. In fact, Seattle up there had its first snow showers today. I had some pictures um, that even Seattle was actually picking up a little bit of snow from this activity earlier this morning. And then they had kind of a ground blizzard this morning into in and around the Wyoming area. It's kind of, there wasn't any snow falling at the moment, but they had a lot of the wind gust and all the drifts and the wind and everything that was, kind of highlighted that blizzard like condition. So it's a very dynamic system with a very strong cold front for this time of year coming in from the northwest. And we've got a very warm air mass. It's basically 80 degrees in Dallas. They are just outside of that low level jet instability. So they're going to be okay with this mess. But you can definitely see areas just in and around the Houston area, points eastward, are not going to be. So, fortunately, the one that was in that marginal zone has since subsided. It's no longer showing potential tornadic supercell within this area. Now it's just a severe thunderstorm warning. So, we're going to be watching this area over the next 2 or 3 hours. This is your most favorite time frame of seeing something. I think once we get past that window, at least in this area, you're probably going to be more or less done for the evening. But we'll go over all the areas that once you're in the clear, I will definitely let you know in your particular city. So we're just now kind of getting going with this event. So no one's, kind of by far in the clear at the moment. So it's going to be one of those long duration events, multiple states covering a good solid 12 hours. Most of the high resolution data kind of implemented that things are really active towards the 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 o'clock time frame. For those 4 or 5 hours, it could get really nasty, and then going into the midnight time frame, and then once we get 4 o'clock in the morning, I think for the most part the cold front is going to be caught up with the storms by then. So there'll still be rain, but that's when they really drastically wind down on the severe threat. But that's, this is 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so that's a long time away from now. So that's what I mean. We're talking 12 to potentially 14 hours of severe storms happening within this area. Hey, I've got friends in Little Rock, west of Cheyenne, Wyoming, funnel cloud in Gloucester. Yeah, so it doesn't appear we've had several tornado warnings, but it doesn't appear, to my knowledge, I don't think anything has touched the ground. Before I came on, we had several in Louisiana, but so we've had some active tornado warnings for sure. But to my knowledge, I don't have confirmation from the National Weather Service, the storm chasers out there, of any potential touchdowns so far. So that's definitely a good sign, but I don't really think that's going to last too much longer. So that's why we're watching everything kind of unfolding. I've got the wider radar on to see, to kind of see the big picture. If we if we start getting a tornado potentially on the ground, I will zoom into that particular radar site and really kind of hone in and talk about what we see on radar and where it's going and the times it potentially could be in your area and kind of impacting your area. But I've got several monitors here with several different radar sites open to try not to miss anything for you guys. Sometimes it can be difficult since I'm only one person, so I've got one eyes looking at this stuff. So I'll do the best I can so I don't miss anything. But yeah, so we right now we're kind of just looking at an overall big picture. We do have some instability in and around the Nashville area, just kind of north of Huntsville there, in and around the Memphis, Tennessee area. So this whole corridor has been getting more, I guess more severe as new updates have come in. So this the system has been kind of elongating and more or less expanding a little bit further northeast as some of the latest, newest, freshest data has come in. So this is going to be shifting over time because these things are going to be moving, especially within this centered area with this red shaded area. The one earlier was moving at 55 miles an hour. That was close to that low level jet, and then a little bit outside that low level jet was moving more or less 30 miles an hour. So you can kind of see the difference of where we're at and where the most instability is. There's going to be the fastest movement of storms, which makes it even more dangerous. And most of these won't take place until the nighttime hours, which they're nocturnal tornadoes by then. And we're going to be seeing a rain aspect of it too. So this is going to be a pretty good rainmaker for a lot of you guys as well. So there's let me go over that because there's definitely a concern for some flooding with this particular system as it comes in and kind of gets its act together. So it's kind of rare to see something kind of a moderate risk for excessive rainfall down here in this red shaded area, just kind of south of Hattiesburg. This whole bullseye could see some 4 to 6 inches of rain. So they do have some flood watches down here, just kind of north of Gulfport, just near the Mobile area. This is a zone where it's raining pretty heavily right now. That we also have to be concerned about some flash flooding. So not only do we have to deal with those tornadic supercells, some very large hail with these particular systems, but we have to deal with flash flooding potentially as well. So it's a dangerous night with really all elements in play, unfortunately. So it's one of these situations where the ingredients are just ripe for this system coming in. So the one last week that dealt with Texas, there was so much cold air, right? If Texas was a lot warmer during that instability, it would have been all severe weather. But instead, it was a colder air mass, and they got snow. It brought snow to New Mexico and parts of West Texas, and it just rained a lot in Texas and South Texas. But it would have been a much different scenario if the atmosphere was 20 or 30 degrees warmer. I mean, it would have been a nasty, nasty setup for them. So, and this system is on the warmer side, and this is where we're getting the warm sector of this system, which is the more tornadic sector, the more severe sector. So, um, you do get transitional periods in November where it can get cold. You have some snow coming in, it can warm up, but the winds turn around, and you do have some severe weather. And I'm sure we're going to be seeing that until we can get more cold air just kind of entrenched in some of the patterns. So I'm even seeing next week that we rapidly warm up in a big way again after that very strong cold front. And there's probably some more pockets of severe weather next week, with very cold air pulled into our northern region. So, hey, Robin, hey, will the Atlanta area be affected with for this particular system? Yeah, so we do have Atlanta is going to get impacted, but they're not going to be. It's going to be an overnight, probably tomorrow morning event. You'll get more of a rain. The severe threat is a little bit there, but it's not nearly as high as as what we are dealing with. Closer into Louisiana and to Mississippi. So I guess I think once it gets to your area, a lot of it will just kind of be more of a heavy rain versus tornadic supercells. Hey, we got snow in central Utah all night long. Yeah, so it's been pretty cold. It's getting very cold up here in our western regions. If you follow me on a daily basis in some of my weather videos, we've been talking about this cold air coming in, and it's probably going to be really entrenched in our western zones for the next week or so. And there's probably some pretty good snows coming in next week for this whole area. It's going to be a pretty sharp gradient with very warm conditions down to the south and very cold conditions to the north. There's going to be and it's an interesting week next week for sure. So we could be seeing some very healthy snows up here into the Dakotas and Minnesota and Montana and Idaho and all these areas down to Utah and Colorado here. This whole cold sector here could be getting some pretty decent snows. And then further to the south, it's pretty warm after this cold front. We have a pretty good cold blast that's coming in tonight and then into the day tomorrow. And that's what's going to end this severe threat. But it's not going to last long. It's just a kind of a rapid rebound. And again, once the winds turn around, you'll start to rapidly increase again. And you'll probably be back into the 70s for a good chunk of the South next week. Hey Laura, hey pal, what's your first name? Roy. It's Roy Ponder, and I go by Pal Ponder on Weather. That's where I got the name Pal Ponder on Weather because my last name's Ponder. So my real name is Roy Ponder, and so I thought Pal Ponder on Weather was a great fit. I am going to miss most of the live stream. Everyone stay safe out there. Hey, no problem. Thanks for coming on, tuning in. Hey, the Cascades are expecting some good amounts of snow. Yeah, I mean, next week is going to be a pretty good heavy snow mounts, especially in the Sierra Nevadas here and the Cascades. Yeah, some of the data could be picking up some feet of snow, especially in the mountain regions. All right, so let's go back to the let's take this one off. Yeah, so thanks for tuning in to the live coverage this afternoon. Will be with us. We'll be here for most of the event today. So we're tracking several tornado warnings currently right now. These little blue shaded areas, these are what they call mesoscale warnings, or these special weather statements. These are put out by the National Weather Service if winds are basically less than the severe. That's basically one step lower than what a severe thunderstorm would be. So basically you have to have 58-mile-per-hour winds to be classified as a severe thunderstorm. You've got to have at least 1-inch hail, or you got to have at least maybe a radar indicated or a tornado on the ground. And so this is less than that. It's not by much, but wind gusts of 50 to 55 miles an hour. So that's why we have this kind of blue shaded area to kind of highlight some higher winds within this sector. So wherever you see those little boxes, that's an indication where you could see some elevated winds of around that 50 to 55 miles an hour, just kind of southeast of the Shreveport area there. And there's another area of instability, some higher winds associated with it, just to the east of the Pine Bluff area, south of Little Rock. So the good thing is, Little Rock radar was scheduled to be gone, be down. This They had a regularly scheduled maintenance radar update. That it's just a kind of a normal event, right? It happens. They have to schedule these things of like months in advance, really, and it was scheduled to go offline yesterday. But fortunately, they were able to, you know, uh, to put that on hold for 2 days, and it doesn't start until Wednesday. So we're going to be able to tap into the Little Rock radar, and we need all the points we can get this afternoon. And so it was definitely a good thing that they were able to delay that update and keep it online. So, but once it starts on Wednesday, they'll be off for 2 weeks. So, but these things are needed to update these radars from time to time. All right, so we got this. All right, so we have a new tornado warning that just got issued for Liberty. This was a storm near Liberty. This is in northwestern. Where are we at? All right, so this is in Louisiana. So this is in Louisiana. So we have another tornado warning that just got issued. This is to the right of the Jacksonville area. Let me get the parameters on this. Yeah, so at 2:27, there was a severe thunderstorm that was capable of producing a tornado near the Liberty area, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. So this is moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. So it looks like kind of a rural area in northwestern Amit County there, and into in Louisiana. So that's an area of concern that shows some rotating on radar here. That again, nothing's touching the ground, but it's another area that has potential tornado trying to form within this area. And it looks like there's another one just kind of to the north of there, north of Yazoo City. And this is that area right here. This is north of Yazoo City. This is another tornado warning. Again, just warned, but another tornado warning just north of Yazoo City, um, that we have to be concerned about through heading towards Glenwood. Hey, Snowies, but yes, not this system. Hey, did we get hit up here in Toronto? Anyone in the Liberty area, please be aware. Hit the like and share it. Hey, Tammy. Hey, thanks. Yeah, thanks for sharing. Appreciate it. Yeah, so if you're just now kind of tuning in, we are doing live storm coverage this afternoon on this severe weather threat that is unfolding right now. We have some active tornado warnings currently. Nothing has touched the ground, but we are getting to that kind of time frame of where we could be looking at some tornadoes starting to touch down. So yes, we have another potential tornado. We have another tornado warning that just got issued by the Shreveport National Weather Service, that was located near the Nacogdoches area, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So this is another potential tornado that was in southwestern Wynn Parish and north central Louisiana, down here towards just kind of southeast of Shreveport here. So that's another area of concern that we have to be on the lookout for. Hey, love your channel. So informative and professional. Hey, thanks for tuning in daily. Roy, do you have another day job? You spend a great deal of time keeping up us informed. We appreciate you. No, I do this for a living now. This is all I do. This is my job. So I've got 7 pages that I update. But yeah, it is my full-time job. I own the company. I own Pal Ponder on Weather. But yeah, so I've gone full time with it probably 2 years ago. Hey, very dark and cloudy outside. It's a lot of work. Yes. Yes, I do have 7 pages that I keep up with. A lot of posting about the weather. Yeah, I'm located in Dallas, so I do a lot of coverage in Dallas on Facebook, nationwide. But yeah, it is a lot of work. I mean, I do it, you see how I do my video. I've done almost 1,000 videos. I do one every day. Almost I hardly ever miss a day. So but yeah, I started my channel in 2019. I'm like one away. I think I'm literally about to roll over to 1,000 videos. I'm at like 998. So um but no, I had a job and I was juggling. It was very difficult to juggle both, and I ended up quitting my job. So, and because I love the weather, this is what I love to do. So, you might as well do what you love to do. So, but yeah. So we have these active tornado warnings happening right now. Hey, you're official for Home Sweet Home Chicago. I don't watch the news weather. I have been with you from the beginning. Hey, JT. Hey, that's awesome. I know people have seen the transition back from the beginning, and which is pretty cool. Yeah, it's pretty cool. So hey, I'm glad to have a platform I can share my passion with the weather. I kind of nerd out on this stuff. I love this stuff. This is what I literally do 24 hours a day. When I'm not on here posting and doing videos and stuff, I'm literally on my phone and looking at models and looking at the radar and looking at this. And you can tell I'm a big analog guy. I like to really know the background and the history of the weather, and the hurricane season go back to 1851, and I like to match up all the different seasons and the analogs. Or this one looks like this one, or in this one, well, if this one had a negative NAO before, um, which that's another thing that's coming up. We're going to have a pretty strong negative NAO, which is kind of blocking in Greenland. It's the strongest North Atlantic oscillation since 2010. So it's something we have not seen that's coming up next week that will actually form next week. It's something we haven't seen in 11 years. So that's fairly rare. We're watching something of that to develop. And then it's only happened some, like, I think 5 times in history, going back to however long we can go back to, at keeping records, which is well over 100 years. It's only happened 5 times before, so it's kind of unique setup that's happening, that could happen in November, that could have a lot of implications down the line for November. So I'll be obviously talking more about that on my channel, in the days ahead. I'm thinking I'm gonna be putting together a kind of a more of an entire December forecast, probably on Thursday, to kind of give you a heads up. But I can tell you it's going to be a very challenging December. I could tell you that right now. Very, very challenging. There's a lot of moving parts in the atmosphere that's happening, just kind of on a North America worldwide basis. I mean, it's pretty interesting. It's what's happening, the dynamics in the atmosphere that's going to be unfolding in December. So I'll be talking a lot more about that. But okay, so right now, let me X out of this and kind of get back in, because it looks like my radar is kind of. But let me just do that real quick. All right, looks like I'm back. All right, it's better. It was looked like it was kind of freezing up, so sometimes you have to reset it. And all right, so it looks like we have some new tornado warnings. There's about four tornado warnings currently right now, so things are just kind of getting more active, kind of as we speak, as we've been kind of chit chatting, talking. Um, but yeah, so we definitely have to be kind of honed in on the severe threat right now. That is originating. So we do have a storm that's coming out of East Texas. So this was the kind of the start of the origination of this development. So we have a new storm that was a new storm that was capable of producing a tornado that was 9 miles southwest, so 9 miles southwest of the Macomb area. So this is nine miles southwest of Macomb. This is in Sabine County. This is far, looks like far. This was put out by the Shreveport, the Shreveport National Weather Service. So this is kind of right on the borderline of Texas and the Louisiana border here. And this is all all coming. So if you kind of zoom out, this is essentially east of Tyler. So this is just kind of the origination of these storms. Houston was in the marginal risk, Tyler was not. So we're kind of in this zone right now. So we're seeing the beginning stages of this development, and this is just kind of how where it starts. And you can see we have dotted tornado warnings and along this corridor. So this is a brand new tornado warning that just got issued by the New Orleans Weather Service. So at 2:40, there was another tornado warning potentially located near Centerville. This was located near the Centerville area, over 13 miles west of Liberty. 13 miles west of Liberty, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So this is another tornado warning that includes near Macomb. This is near the Macomb area. These are all lifting northeast. So another area of concern that we have to pay attention to as this storm kind of really gets going. You can see the darker shaded colors here. So that's another area of concern up here that's got some 2.5 inch hail. So this is the first indication where we are seeing those larger hailstones. So not only does this tornado watch include strong tornadoes, but it does include some larger hail out of these. And so this is another area of concern that we have to be, looking at. Let's All right, so right now it appears that we have about 1.5 inch hail that's reaching the sky, out of the sky. Because so Tom's, the 2.5 inches is basically that's what the atmosphere is capable of, but this is usually what's actually hitting the surface currently right now. So the atmosphere is capable of 2.5 inch, hailstones, but once they fall through the layers of the atmosphere and hit the surface, we're talking about 1.5 inches. So which still can be damaging. So that's more than quarter size. So that is severe. And once we get to golf ball size, which is basically about 1.75, that's when it can start doing damage to more vehicles and some of the rooftops up there. And then what's considered large, kind of very large hail is really anything over 2 inches. So if we zoom out, that's only the only hail in town right now. So we're starting to see the beginning stages of this larger hailstone that's just now coming. So that's indication that the cloud tops are getting higher. The echo tops are probably pretty high right now of this storm. So we're probably seeing cloud tops really start to elevate now to much higher levels. And so once the cloud tops rise, that's just the beginning stages of. Hey Sue, thank you. Hey, appreciate it, Sue. So let's look at this. Let's look at some of the cloud tops now with this system. So we're talking. All right, so now we're talking 40, 50, almost 50,000 feet now. So this is right at 50,000 feet. So yeah, the higher the cloud top, the more dangerous you're talking about. So we're starting to see, that low level jet really create the upward rising motion air. So the storms are able to rise. They're 50,000 feet up in the air. So that's pretty high. Obviously, the higher the cloud tops, the more severe they can be. So the larger the hailstones can be. So, right. I mean, the weight of the hailstones, so basically it's a battle zone. So you got the hail starts to form, it starts to drop, but the updraft is just too strong for it to handle. So it gets pushed back up into the atmosphere and goes up higher in the atmosphere. What's colder, the higher up you get. So it refreezes and it starts to fall again. So then in the updraft picks it up again. So obviously, the stronger the updraft, the more the bigger hail it's going to be. So when you start getting these 50,000 foot cloud tops, that's definitely an indication where these things can start to rotate at the lower level. So you have higher winds, that 17,000 foot range, and then at the 5,000 foot range, about the 850s, you've got them screaming about 50 knots. And that's where a lot of shear is, the atmosphere is rotating. And that's the concern of that very large hail that's going to finally fall out of those cloud tops. And then the atmosphere is rotating at the lower levels. And that's where you get that spin in the atmosphere. And that's where you get rotating, supercell tornadic thunderstorms. So that's kind of the dynamics of what's happening in the atmosphere as these cloud tops start to rise. So we'll move around to some of these cloud tops. Here's the one in Macomb. So we've got the one in Macomb here. That's a little bit higher, right? That's up to about 53,000 feet. So that's 54,000 feet. So you can see some darker reds indicated with that particular storm. This is by the Liberty counties. This is that active tornado warning right here. Yeah, so a ton of lightning. There's the lightning display with this cell. So these areas will definitely need to be in your safe zone. You're talking Centerville, the Liberty area, and to Thompson, and to McVean. These areas down here south of Brookhaven, this would be in Louisiana here. Definitely needs to take shelters. That's probably the highest cloud tops we've seen so far today. And I would say that's the one to be really concerned about at the moment. Yeah, so here's the velocity view on this. Yeah, so we're starting to, just kind of seeing the beginning stages of these things. This is showing the beginning stages of just rotating within this whole sector. Uh, Fortunately, so far nothing has touched down, but it's probably not going to be that much longer before. So we're like again, we're starting to see these cloud tops rise. Once we get past 55,000 feet, that's probably where we're going to be entering that zone that we're going to have to be more concerned about, of because they're going to have a more room to rotate at the surface, right? Hey, Stormy. Hey, Heather. Thanks for coming on, helping me with the live stream. Yeah, I got to make sure I stay hydrated. I know these live streams because I've done several of them. I've done several with kind of 8 or 10 hour live streams. They can take a lot out of you. It's one thing doing a video for 20 or 30 minutes, right? But it's another thing talking for 8 or 10 hours straight, um, which is definitely rare. If a weather guy comes online and just talks about a tornado on the ground within their certain city, they're typically only on the air. They might be 20 minutes, maybe 15 minutes, maybe 10 minutes, but that's continuous talk for 10 or 15, 20 minutes. But we're online for 8, 10 hours straight. So, and then we're dealing with not just one city, we're dealing with obviously multiple states here. So that's where it can get a little tricky and get a little bit complicated, but it definitely takes a lot out of you doing these live streams, because there's just a lot to focus on within this area. So right now I've got the Jackson radar on it right now. So I'm watching multiple screens. I have it on this one because you can kind of zoom in. So we'll be able to toggle back and forth to different, to kind of different radar sites. and tap into some of their radars. So this is the Shreveport radar. This picks up more of this area down here. So what we have to look at when we really zoom into these areas of the southwest quadrant, you always have to look for, tailing hooks in the radar. That's the area of concern where you could drop a tornado. So this is, if you really kind of zoom in, there's definitely notches, within this corridor that are kind of highlighted here that we have to be concerned about. So there's several notches within this sector that, as we move along, that we have to always be concerned about on the south side of these storms. So notice there's not much to the south side of there as far as like rain or to break this up. So it's got kind of perfect inflow with this system. So that's why we have the tornado warning right now. So this is, they're watching this setup right here because there's nothing to kind of choke this system off. So, and they're already showing signs of some rotation or that hook where you typically would see a radar would, I mean, a tornado would form. So this is why we have that that tornado warning in place. So if we put the loop on it, you can kind of see here that with every frame, it has those notches still in place, right? So it still has those notches. So some of these could be, quick potential touchdowns, really quick. Hey, Judy, thanks so much. Appreciate it. And the other ones that we see those notches or those hooks stay for longer durations. Those are your tornadoes that could be on the ground for longer periods of time. So we've seen that several times during our live stream, especially when they had that tornado emergency. If you were with me on that I think it's the November 4th event in East Texas, we saw that. We saw several notches like that on radar, and man, it wasn't long before we were under a tornado, large tornado on the ground, and then we had a tornado emergency. In fact, we had two tornado emergencies that night, and that tornado emergencies are definitely rare, and that's what produced those two EF4 tornadoes. And one of them was on the ground for, I think, 58 miles from all the way up here in East Texas through Idabel and to Broken Bow area in Oklahoma. So that's and that was under a moderate risk. That was under a moderate risk that night. So this is the concern. We're under kind of that same moderate risk, and we're seeing several tornado warnings kind of pop up. So this is why we're doing live coverage to keep you safe as possible with these particular cells. So all right, so these are new tornado warnings. This is another area that has that some 2.5-inch hail associated with it. So this is another area of concern that was put out by the Jackson North National Weather Service. Another area of producing potential tornado near Lexington. So this is near Lexington, or 8 miles southwest of Blackhawk. 8 miles southwest of Blackhawk, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So northeast at 50 miles an hour. So in this zone, you need to be in your safe zone. And this is the area that we're already under that moderate risk and the highest risk in place. So these are the areas that you already need to be well aware that things really could get nasty in this sector, because you're definitely in the most favored highest risk zone there is for tornadic supercells tonight. And that's where we're seeing some tornado warnings already in place. We're not seeing any hooks. We're not seeing any hooks on radar, so that's definitely a good sign. But we are seeing some mixing of colors, and so when these colors kind of clash here, that's the area of concern that we have to be on the lookout for starting to rotate within this area. Yeah, so where those greens mix in with the reds. Yeah, so we'll have to watch this area closely because this is looking more and more favorable now of possible development here. But see, we got two areas now, two areas that could have potential 2.5 inch hail in Mississippi. So we're starting to see more and more areas of a bigger hail because we're starting to see the better updrafts in these systems, the larger cloud tops, the higher the cloud tops, right? And so once we hit about 55,000 feet, that's usually the threshold for some very large hail that could form in those sector because they got higher and higher cloud tops able to go. We know the updraft is there because these storms are moving about 50 miles an hour. So that that jet stream is very, very active and moving pretty fast. All right. All right. So let's zoom out. Let's look at the big picture here and see what's happening. So you're just kind of tuning in. We're doing live tornado coverage tonight. We are expecting a big event unfolding, unfortunately. So if you're just with us, make sure you hit the like button and share it with any friends and family out there, and subscribe to my channel if you hadn't already. Not only do I do live coverage here on like kind of high impact events, but I do updates on a daily basis for the entire nation. Kind of give you a big picture and a big breakdown of what's happening to keep you well ahead of the storm. So technically, we've been following this storm for 7 days on my channel. So we've been following the evolution of this storm, and right now it's unfolding. So we've given people essentially about a 7 day heads up that this could potentially be something pretty bad, and we fine tune it along the way, and that's what we've done. We fine tuned it, and that's where we're at now with a potential tornado outbreak unfolding today and into the nighttime hours. So we're about an hour into this system, and we have a tornado watch going on till 7, which will obviously probably get extended. Most of the data has this going on until well into the evening hours and well into the overnight hours as well. So it's one of those situations where you just need to be on high alert if you live in the Louisiana, Mississippi, and Arkansas area, Tennessee, Western Tennessee, Alabama, those areas of concern. Those are your greatest risk, really, between now and the next 12 hours. You just need to be an extra eye aware of the weather today, because it's a very volatile day and things can turn south very quickly. And so right now we're under a watch. Many areas are under a watch. It's one of those things that the atmosphere is ripe for tornadoes, but nothing has touched down. We've got several areas of concern that we do have a tornado warning, and these are all radar indicated. So these are areas that you need to be in your safe zone. And this is an area that is probably showing signs of some some rotating here. So let's put the velocity on and see what I'm talking about. So there's definite signs down here by Lexington, that this area down here by Lexington has a good possibility of dropping a tornado right here on the south side. This is north of Lexington. This is heading northeast towards the Winona area, but you see where a ton of lightning, right? But this little notch here, this is the area of concern that we are a little kind of highlighting here, where these greens and reds kind of mix together. This is the area that's going to and from and away from the radar, where we're starting to see that rotation on the south side. So on the south side here, and there's nothing underneath it really to kind of stop this from kind of forming. So there's nothing. It's got great inflow on the south side. So this is why we have a tornado warning right now. But with this is probably a strong indication we could be looking at a our first tornado on the ground here any moment now. So if you live in this area, you definitely need to be on your safe zone because we are watching a potential tornado right here, maybe making touchdown as we speak. Let me get my other radar up here. Yeah, so this is north of Lexington. This is north of Lexington. Um, south. This is north of Jacksonville. So this is southeast of the Greenwood area, southeast of Greenwood, and just west of Starkville. This is the area of concern that we're looking at right now of this possible tornado that could be trying to touch down here. Yeah, so this is an area that has potential tennis ball size hail with it. This is an area that has some tennis ball size hail. That's already dangerous enough. But now we're seeing rotation with the atmosphere. This was located near the Lexington area, and that was the one that was north of Black Hawk, 8 miles southwest of the Black Hawk area, and that was moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So northeast at 50 miles an hour. So this is the path that we're talking about here, this little inflow notch on the south side. This purple, that's your indication of some very large hail out of this system. So if we really zoom in, if we look at some of this, there's Blackhawk. So there's the city of Blackhawk. This is to the southeast of there. This is the area of concern where the atmosphere is rotating at the moment. And this is obviously probably going to be extended into the Winona area. So if you're watching me from the Winona area, if you know friends and family that live in the Winona area, you need to get a hold of them and let them know we have a potential tornado trying to form that could be heading their way here shortly. So they did extend this tornado warning to that area. So this is a brand new that does include that tornado warning. So this is the one that actually expires in 12 minutes. But both of them are right on this edge of this tornado warning that's moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So northeast at 50 miles an hour. So if we zoom out, this is all going to be moving northeast through the Starksville area between Starksville and Tupelo. Starksville and Tupelo. So this is another area that we'll have to be looking out for down the line because once these things kind of show some rotation here, they're probably going to be one of those circle things that are going to be at least showing circulations for a long period of time. Doesn't imply that it's going to be touching down for all those miles, but we could be getting impulses of circulation. So that's one of those things that um, and we're going to be probably seeing waves of tornadoes today. So that's another area where we're probably going to be seeing there might be coming in waves where they could see they're already kind of stacking up, right? So they're already kind of stacking up in the zone. So I think we're probably going to be seeing several waves of something like this, right? So we're once they start to break out, we're probably going to see lines of these kind of light up along north to south along this corridor as they move across northeast, and then we're going to be seeing another wave break out. So I'm expecting kind of multiple waves of tornado warnings unfolding today. So that's kind of what I'm expecting with the kind of the evolution of this activity. Yeah, let me see if the Storm Prediction Center has updated their outlook. All right, it looks like at 2 o'clock. Okay, so at 2 o'clock, they updated it at 2 o'clock. It looks like they remained the same. They didn't, looks like they've remained the same. Yeah, so they did not include the little high risk area that they were talking about including. So, which doesn't make any difference of whether they did or didn't. It's just all that technically is. It's a more of a probability of it happening. So whether they upgrade it to part of a high risk or they don't, it doesn't really make any difference whatsoever on the potential of the system. All it really is just a probability. It just means basically the probabilities have gone up to with a more certainty of this is going to happen. But um, you can get the same type of severity with a moderate or a high. It's all it is just ahead of time the probabilities of it unfolding. That's really all it is. Um, if they say high, it just basically raises the bar of awareness of saying, "Hey, we've got really good indication. This is the greatest possibility it can happen." If it's not high in the highest level, you can still have bigger events. It's just basically a probability. It doesn't guarantee it's going to be worse than what it is now. It just implies that it's the probability are higher, but they did not do that. So they don't have enough confidence. Basically, there's not enough confidence there saying, "Oh, it's 100% guaranteed certain it's going to be a massive outbreak within this area." So they just held back. They held back in doing that, which is good. I think that's a good call on because that's the highest level you can get. That's the last time that's happened was November the 7th, 2013 in November. So you can see how rare they are. They don't issue those things very they take this stuff very seriously, right? It's all about being accurate and being the best accurate forecast you can get. So if they don't have the confidence on saying, "Hey, it's 100% this thing's going to happen," very very high probability, then they're not going to issue that. So they rather scale back and be more right. And then if it does happen, then you're still there. I mean, it doesn't the moderate versus the high doesn't depict and doesn't change any severity of this whatsoever. I just want to let you know that. So um all right, so again, so we've got several tornado warnings that we're highlighting here. It doesn't appear still. We've got several areas that are including those 2.5-inch hailstones. We have 4 active tornado warnings. Currently, right now, we've got 3, it looks like, in Mississippi and 1 in Texas. So 3 in Mississippi, 1 in Texas. We're watching the cloud tops get a little bit higher. We're watching them a little bit more elevated, but we're not seeing um, any potential storm. Let's tap into this storm chaser here. So, so he's on that storm. He's on that storm in Mississippi. So we're watching a storm chaser that is out on that storm in and around that Lexington area. The one in Lexington, he's on that particular storm at the moment. So we're watching his live feed currently at the moment as he's right in the heart of that tornado warning. So you can see it's raining pretty good. So it looks like he's south of the system. So he's trying to get in position and see if he can see a visual. It definitely appears there's a lot more rain that came in to the south side of that storm than what we were getting earlier. Yeah, to me, it looks like it's getting choked off right now with rain. I'm seeing a lot of instability through west. Yeah, we had that little inflow notch, but to me, it looks like there's more rain coming in from the through west. So we'll tap into these storm chasers videos from time to time. So yeah, you can obviously see from his perspective, there's nothing on the ground. There's no confirmation something's on the ground right now. We're just watching a this rotation that obviously I think looked more promising earlier than what it does right now. It doesn't look as promising as it did earlier. We did not have that rain and west than that we do now. So I think that's kind of choking off the inflow of this system, and that's why we're not seeing anything. So we'll go back to that from time to time and see what we can see if something comes out of that system. But you see what I'm talking about here? This is the area that we're looking at um, to the south side of there, where we are watching that hook just north of Lexington, but this rain into west came in from the south, so that kind of choked off that little hook that was trying to form. So what it looked like there was something trying to develop. It got hit pretty hard. So this is yeah, and this is that other area that he's on. Right here. This is just north of Liberty. So this would be your area potential where kind of the beginning stages of a tornado could possibly unfold here. This is north of Liberty, near Macomb. This is all moving northeast. So we'll watch the origination on this because it definitely appears these are subtle areas of rotation here. So you can see these areas of rotation near Mount Olive and one to the south of there. So there's definitely two areas of rotation right now, and that's why they have that tornado warning in place north of Liberty here, heading towards Mount Olive and north of the Macomb area. So if you live in Brookhaven, so in the Brookhaven area, we'll need to be taking shelter here with these two areas of rotation that it is tornado warned. So obviously they'll probably be extending this. This goes on for another 30 minutes. So this was the one that was located near the Liberty area at 303 that's moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So it'll be near Smithdale by 320, Smithdale by 320, and Macomb by 335. So if you live in those areas, you need to take shelter of this rotating supercell that's starting to have more rotation. You see, if you look at that last frame near the Auburn area. That's the most intense right now. So it's about to cross over 98. It's about to cross over 98 here near the Auburn and heading towards Center Point. But yeah, to me, this is really starting to get its act together here. Yeah, that's probably going to be dropping a tornado potentially at any minute. Yeah, the velocities are really getting elevated here. Yeah, so they'll definitely be extending this severe thunderstorm warning. They'll be upgrading this to a tornado warning here. That's almost a guarantee. This will be upgraded to a tornado warning with this sector. Yeah, so to me, it looks like this corridor is going to continue moving northeast. So that particular cell is probably going to be missing the Jackson area, but it's going to go between Jackson and Meridian as this continues northeast here. But yeah, that's definitely a favorite area of concern right now. Probably the most intense rotation we've seen so far today. Hey, Tammy. Hey, thanks for tuning in from Mississippi. Yeah, so we're on these systems for you. And so we're watching this area of concern near Jackson that has probably the most rotation out of them all so far. We've seen. Hey, thanks for watching. I know you literally watch every video. So I appreciate you watching, tuning into my daily live coverage. I'm pretty much upload on a daily basis. If for those that are just now kind of finding me or haven't just now, have found me, I typically do a daily update almost on a daily basis between, I don't know, it's usually uploaded by 8 o'clock to noon, typically, and kind of give you an over picture of the big picture of what's happening. So we literally been talking about this storm for 7 days, right? So we've been literally talking about this storm really kind of getting more intense as time gone on, and it's shifted, right? So it originated, it was going to be over Dallas, but it probably shifted about 300 miles, but 7 days out, that's not that bad, the shift, because the origination was just east of in East Texas, so it might have shifted 200 miles. But the evolution of this, as it was a slight risk over Dallas and then into East Texas, and then it became an enhanced risk on day 5, and then a moderate risk on day 2, and that's where we're at now. So we're under that moderate risk unfolding, and now we're under a PDS tornado watch that goes on until 7 o'clock. So we're watching a potential tornado outbreak unfolding. We've seen numerous tornado warnings, so far today already. To my knowledge, we haven't yet had a touchdown. We haven't had a touchdown. We've been live for about an hour and 20 minutes. I think the first tornado warning was down there in Louisiana. So that one popped up about 2 hours ago. So we've been fairly active for the last 2 hours with kind of sporadic tornado warnings. But to my knowledge, we haven't had it confirmed by spotters of one actually touching the ground. But these events, these widespread events, I mean, obviously we've got storm chasers out there doing the best they can to send everything they see on the field back to the people that are reporting the weather. So it's all a team today. It's all about teamwork, and everybody from the National Weather Service to the Storm Prediction Center to all the local stations, to everybody that's in the weather field. Trust me, they're on this system. We got storm chasers out there, and this is all hands on deck today, because this is a very big event. And the more eyes and ears on this system, the better warnings are going to be able to give out to the public, to keep you as safe as possible. Because obviously, if we've got a tornado on the ground, you need to be in your safe zone and well aware this thing is coming to your house. So, and so the parameters are there today. They're very high. So that's why we're doing live coverage So if something does unfold, that you'll be first to know about it and to get out of harm's way. All right, let me go back to the Shreveport radar. Let me see what this. Yeah, this is that. This was that tornado warning in East Texas. This was in Sabine County. This is right on the kind of the borderline of Texas and Louisiana. So this is another area that's showing some rotation with some quarter size hail. This is northeast of St. Augustine and for in northern Sabine County. That's moving northeast about 35 miles an hour. So it looks like it's going to be areas of impact are the Milam area, the Rosevine area, Bronson and Sexton. Bronson and Sexton on the Texas and Louisiana border of this cell just kind of south of Shreveport. That is showing some rotation and definitely some larger hail with that purple showing up just south of Sexton there. And what we're looking at is just kind of the the beginning stages of these cells. So if we move out, let's just tap in. Let's just tap into the just kind of show you. I'm looking at the Dallas radar. There's nothing happening in Dallas or Tyler, right? So we're not missing anything. Um, I just wanted to make sure when I tapped into the so yeah, so the origination of all these cells are right. We're on it right here. So this is basically just east of Dallas, essentially east of Tyler. Tyler wasn't really even in the marginal risk. So we basically saw them from Houston. We had one earlier, just north of Houston. We had a tornado warning here, and now that's kind of moved on. So those areas are really kind of already in the clear. So that system is already kind of past you. Now we're basically on that borderline right now of Texas and Louisiana, and so we're going to be shifting this east as time goes on. So yeah, so right now the edge of this system is right there on in far east Texas, and then heading into Louisiana, and then it gets obviously even more severe as we get further into Mississippi and Tennessee. But yeah, so these are just kind of the origination of these storms, and I think once we get to the nighttime hour, more like the six between the 6 and 10 o'clock time frame, that is your most conducive time. I think that's when things are really going to be lighting up in a big way. We're probably going to be seeing numerous tornadoes on the ground at the same time, if not strong tornadoes on the ground, and it's going to be night. So um, that's when you need to even put up more on high alert of these systems really, because things are probably going to be starting to get really active. And like I feel we're going to be having kind of several waves of these things coming through too. So we're watching this one wave stacking up from south to north, and then we'll have another wave. So I'm expecting probably three different waves, if you will, of tornadoes kind of stacked up of each other along this boundary, and then as they shift off into the northeast. But once we get that cold front, which won't be until later on in the evening, we won't get that cold front till well into the overnight hours. But once that cold air catches up with this system, then that's going to be the saving grace of it's going to be able to choke off this system from the west and really entrench that colder air into that warm sector, and things are going to be rapidly falling apart then. But that's a long way to go. I don't think that happens until probably 2 3, closer to maybe 4 o'clock in the morning. That's why once we get into this sector towards Atlanta and towards eastern Tennessee, probably western eastern Kentucky, those areas, um, are going to get rain, but probably not the severe stuff because the cold front's going to be, on your doorstep and going to get the inflow of that system. So that's what we'll be watching into the overnight hours of the speed of the cold front. Which the good thing was, um, this cold front has, and most of them are ahead of schedule. So I would say the cold front to me looks like ahead of schedule by at least 2 or 3 hours from what the data said maybe a day ago, right? Um, so that could maybe not make this event as long as what it could have been potentially. But that's the only thing that's going to stop this. That's basically what I'm getting at. That's the only thing that's going to stop this system. So we got to get that cold front. If the cold front, miraculously went 100 miles an hour and was able to, clash into this system, then it would just wipe out everything, and it would probably we probably wouldn't have any severe weather. We know that's not going to happen, but we can only hope that that cold front is a little bit faster than what the data shows, and it maybe not as long as what the data shows. Which anything that we can do to kind of weaken this, the better. Someone's texting me. All right, so we still have numerous tornado warnings. Oh, hey, Winnie. Indiana. Well, it's probably going to be one of those systems that once it gets to Indiana, um, you're not gonna have anything severe. I mean, even if it heads up that way, I'm not really expecting any severe stuff in Indiana. It's going to be too far away from the the low level jet with this system. It's going to be reaching. Yes, it's probably going to be reaching Western Kentucky. I mean, far extremes of Illinois, far extremes of southern Indiana, maybe, but it's going to be a lot less severe and just transfer to just rain. If anything, with this low pressure center that's going to go into Canada. You see it's snowing in these areas of Des Moines and up St. Paul, and heading up to Wisconsin and the Upper Peninsula here. But if anything, you could get maybe some wet snowflakes out of the deal on the backside of this system coming around tomorrow. Um, you're probably more likely to see some wet snowflakes than you are seeing severe weather. But it's just wet. We're not talking anything sticking or anything. It's just might see some snowflakes falling out of the sky. Um, until I checked the forecast around 7 o'clock, I learned from living in many states. Hey, that's the storm I get tomorrow, but more rain than snow. Hey, Snowies, yeah, basically, yeah, some more rain and snow. I mean, the colder air is much colder northwest. It loses some of its punch as it moves east. So yeah, by the time I exit up to your area, um, there's not much Arctic in nature with the front. Mhm. All right, so we're doing live storm covers this evening across multiple states here. So we do have a very active, volatile day. We have a level 4 moderate risk in place of severe storms, and we've got multiple tornado warnings currently right now as we speak. That's unfolding across the board. So if I zoomed out and put the bigger radar up, because more people are asking me up here towards Indianapolis. So if we look at this as far as the big picture, So you can see there's not much going on in Texas, right? So the instability is just far east Texas, heads through Little Rock, just to the east of Little Rock, and then swings up through Nashville, and then like again, we extends into Kentucky some, and little very light rain showers in Indiana. But the main system is in Mississippi right here, and then points southward. So that's kind of the big picture. So if we zoom out, we had some snow flying earlier, really, in Seattle. Some areas in Seattle had some snow earlier, which was obviously, it's end of November. But yeah, in and around the Seattle metroplex, they did have some snow in Tacoma. I saw some pictures. I know the National Weather Service confirmed it. So it's pretty cold. I mean, I know the high in Seattle today was only like 36. Some definitely cold air for them, and pretty heavy snows. And we had some blizzard conditions in Wyoming, a lot of blowing and drifting snow there. Then we had a pretty good snow swath with the cold sector of this into Des Moines and into St. Paul. And then once it heads up into Toronto, we'll have a kind of a mixed bag up into Canada here. Some rain, isolated snow. But yeah, the cold front moves through Oklahoma, Kansas, Texas. I think it moves through Dallas, maybe 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. And that's the cold front we're talking about that could, influence this system that we're highlighting here. Yeah, but right now we've got several tornado warnings. We still have several tornado warnings to speak of. That's the one in Macomb that we've been highlighting for a while now. That was low about 328. There was that storm near Macomb moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So this is that same area that had better rotation at times. But it's, again, I don't really see anything that's, really pressing at the moment. Just areas of heightened rotation that there's tornado warnings associated with them, but nothing touching the ground at the moment. So overall, I would say it's still fairly on the calmer side for what's potentially to come later on this afternoon into the evening. So they've had the tornado watch since 1 o'clock. So they issued the tornado watch around 1 o'clock, and it goes through 7. And obviously these will be expanded and extended as we get through the evening time frame. So most of the data had it really getting going 3 or 4 o'clock. So originally I was thinking 3 o'clock. I did come on at 2 o'clock because there were already some tornado warnings starting to pop up. So, but I wanted to catch at least the bulk of this system and be here for you when things get really really active, potentially later on this evening. All right, so let's hone into this area right here. Okay, so this looks to be our first confirmed tornado. So this is our first confirmed tornado on the ground. So this is by the Jackson National Weather Service. We have a confirmed tornado at 3:32. It just popped up near the Poplar Creek. So this is near the Poplar Creek area, or 12 miles southeast of Winona. So if you were with me 10 minutes ago, we highlighted that in Winona. I said that looks like the highest probability of rotation so far, and we do in fact have a tornado on the ground, as we speak. So if you live in the Winona area, you need to be in your safe zone immediately of this confirmed tornado that is on the ground in and around the Winona area. So let's put the Jackson radar on. And yeah, so you can definitely see this system right here. Let me do the split. Okay, so yeah, see that? See what has the notch here? So this is your tornado that has been confirmed on spotters on the ground. This tornadic supercell that is our first touchdown of today. So we have the first tornado that is on the ground in this sector near the Poplar Creek area near the Winona. So it looks to be just kind of southeast of the Winona, moving towards Kilmichael. So the Kilmichael area, and they have extended the tornado warning. It's going to be crossing over Highway 82 here shortly. It's going to be crossing over Highway 82. Again, your first tornado, confirmed tornado on the ground at the moment, moving northeast. So it's going to be crossing over Highway 82 and heading towards, um, looks like to be west of the Starksville area, west of the Starksville area in Mississippi. But eventually, it's probably going to be heading towards Tupelo. It looks to be on that course where it could be heading towards the Tupelo area. So, if you live in the Tupelo area, if you've got friends and family that live in the Tupelo area, please let them know that we have a confirmed tornado that is on the ground that's going to be lifting up in their neck of the woods in a short amount of time. So they need to be aware of this well ahead before the tornado warning even gets issued within this area, because it definitely appears it's got a fairly decent notch on the south of this system, that it's probably, yeah, the best one so far today. And it's got a lot of room to be probably on the ground for um, a while, at least the circulation of it from this corridor. So this is the area of concern here, that's crossing southeast of the Winona area, going to be crossing over 82, and this is all lifting to the northeast. This is all lifting off to the northeast of our first confirmed tornado of the afternoon. So it looks like we've got a flood warning in Florence. We already have a flood warning in Florence of some very heavy rainfall. But yes, our first tornado warning of the day that has a confirmed tornado on the ground. So it's going to be moving out of this tornado warn cell here shortly, and that's why they went ahead and extended this. Yeah, so let's look at the cloud tops with these. Yeah, so we talked about 55,000 feet, right? So we talked about the 55,000 feet threshold. There we are. That's where we are. We talked about that it could be having more room to rotate. And this is where we have our first initial tornado warning that has a confirmed tornado on the ground right now. So we've got more room. The more the spread is, the higher cloud tops. We have larger hailstones. We have more room underneath for more room to circulate, and that's what we're having. So we've got our first tornado warning that has a confirmed tornado with it that is on the ground right now. And it has really come together in the last several frames. See how those cloud tops have really elevated, heading towards the 413 area. They weren't really that much. They were probably in the 30,000 feet range, but it really escalated as it continues to move northeast. So this is going to be crossing over 82 shortly, and this is all lifting to the northeast. So it's going to be moving out of this tornado warning cell here shortly. It's going to be crossing over Highway 82 and heading towards Kilmichael. So it's going to be crossing over Highway 82 and heading towards Kilmichael. So this is going to be crossing over Highway 82 heading towards the Euphoria area and Walthall area, all moving northeast. So if we zoom out and kind of give you the bigger picture of this system, so here's a storm chaser to the south of there. So he's watching it. It's fairly far out, but he's yeah, and it's moving away from him. I mean, these storms are moving about 50 miles an hour. So depends on the positioning where you're at. I mean, it would be very hard for him to kind of catch up with this system if it's already moving at 50 miles an hour. Yeah, let's look at some of the hail parameters on this. Yeah, so it's got some pretty good decent size hail associated with this as well. Yeah, so this is by far our biggest storm of the day with our first confirmed tornado that is on the ground here. And to me, it looks like it's still on the ground. We still have a pretty decent notch associated with this. If we zoom out, there's not much to you can definitely see there's not much on the south side of this, right? Earlier we were looking at west. They had some rain come in from west to choke the system off where this is not getting that. So there's no development right here. So there's no development here to push into this system. So this is how storms can stay on the ground for extended period of times when you got this type of setup like this, that maybe this area by McCool will maybe get entrenched in this system. But right now, there's not much to stop this thing. So we're just watching it frame by frame here. Yeah, so you can see he's on this particular cell right here that has a severe thunderstorm warning associated with it, but not it's not severe at the moment. But yeah, these are moving at 60 miles an hour. So he's right in that sector of that low level jet. And that's why these things are just flying. But yeah, he's definitely in a good position if this turns tornadic here. And this is where we have that moderate risk in place. So this is the area that has the moderate risk. Hey, Rabbit. Hey, you're back. Hey, thanks for tuning in. All right. So if you're just now tuning in, we're watching our first tornado that is on the ground right now, in and around near the Winona, southeast of Winona, heading towards the Euphoria area. Not as not as ripe as it was before. So if it is on the ground, it looks pretty messy right now. So it's not nearly as evident as it was earlier. But we have several active tornado warnings currently right now, and then we have that one observed. So this is still that one observed tornado for Webster and Montgomery County. These are all areas of in Mississippi that has that 2.5-inch hail associated with it. Those 55,000 foot cloud tops, and that observed tornado that is still ongoing, which they just took off. So yeah, so that's basically confirmation that it's no longer a tornado. See, it's not nearly as impressive as it was. This was enough This was enough to really wrap around and feed back up into the storm. So that's a good sign. That tornado, it doesn't appear to be on the ground for that length of time. It looked like at least, but it looks like at least was, what was it, 3:32? Was that, I think it was 3:32. We had confirmation of tornado. It could have been as much as 10 minutes. It doesn't take long with these systems. A tornado to be on the ground for 10 minutes is still a really long time and can do a lot of damage. Yeah, thanks for tuning in with the live coverage here. So we're doing live storm coverage. Oh, hey, Dennis. Thanks, buddy. Hey, I appreciate the donation. Hey, bye bye, tornado. Yeah, that was a good thing. It was definitely on the ground for 10 minutes, though. That can do a lot of damage in 10 minutes, but it's nice to see that it wasn't on the ground any longer than that. So we're still going to be watching this area of instability here, but no longer, still tornadic, but no longer, not nearly looking as impressive as it was just about 10 minutes ago. And it looks like it's moving more, I would say more east northeast than northeast. It's following more of a, more of a this way now that I look at it. It's following more of an east northeast. All right, so the one in Texas looks like it went away, so that one has subsided. So that's a good thing. Yeah, I'm looking at the back half of this system. I mean, you're almost, I would say, almost in the clear in Texas, just on the far extremities of far east Texas. I would say give it another hour or so, but you're going to be on the back edge of this system, and you can probably say goodbye to any severe weather that might could unfold for the rest of the evening. So, yeah, once this little instability passes, then you're more or less going to be in the clear. So let's head up to Nashville. Yeah, so further north, it'll probably be getting a little bit more more intense later on this evening, but for right now, we just have some showers and thunderstorms. We do have one active severe storm, just has some increased 60-mile-per-hour winds associated with it, but nothing terribly too concerned about up here. This is more of a wind threat up here right now. This has probably got some quarter size hail with it, just kind of northeast of Scottsboro, south of Stevenson, heading towards the Chattanooga area. Yeah, quarter size hail instability. Let's look at the Tupelo radar. So here's a flash flood warning in Florence. So that's a concern as well. So that area has had some 1 to 2 inch rains in the last couple hours. And so they're expecting another 1 to 2 inches within this sector. So that's why we have a tornado warning, which is also dangerous because you could have some flooded roads if leaving work shortly, about an hour or so. you could get impacted with some flooded roads. Look, it actually went away as soon as we're talking about it. All right, so it looks like it was a tornado flood warning, but they have since have removed it. So, and let's head south to Gulfport. Let's see what's happening there. I'm looking at the Mobile radar at the moment. So this is an area that was expected to get a lot of heavy rain tonight. So right now we're just seeing the beginning stages of some moderate rain showers in this area, but we're probably going to be getting a lot of training thunderstorms. Yeah, this sector right here could get easily probably 4 to 6 inches of rain tonight within this corridor right here. We do have a moderate risk in place for excessive rainfall. Let's look at the Jackson radar. Yeah, you can see this storm chaser here. He's on this storm right here, waiting to see if it turns tornadic. But yeah, he's got his eyes like a hawk on this system south of Greenwood. But there's Vicksburg and there's Jackson. So this is the whole, this corridor right here. This is your most, favorite area of instability. This is where we have that moderate risk in place for, strong, violent tornadoes potentially. This is why we have storm chasers kind of lined up here. So we're probably going to be looking at this area more favorably than others, as this is the greatest concern this evening. But we got the big picture on it, and I've got multiple radars, making sure I don't miss anything. But currently, at the moment, we do have that one tornado warning that had that observed tornado earlier. Um, oh, so 80-mile-per-hour winds. That's the biggest one of that's the biggest one of the evening. So this is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that has some 80-mile-per-hour winds associated with it. This is a destructive storm. So this is a storm that was coming out of that on the borderline of Texas and Louisiana there in Sabine parishes. So this destructive storm is moving about 45 miles an hour, but it looks to appear to have some ping pong size hail and some 80-mile-per-hour winds. That's basically hurricane force wind gust right now, happening within this sector here. You can see a ton of lightning, but some straight line winds have really developed on the south side there. And this is labeled as a destructive storm coming out of that, just south of Shreveport there, heading northeast. Yeah, so this is the beginning stages of that low level jet really starting to tap into this warm sector here, and we're getting some very intense winds on that leading edge have really developed here in the last frame or two. You see a ton of lightning and this kind of like border wall of destructive winds heading out of the storm. Yeah, so that's definitely by far the biggest wins of the night so far we have seen from these systems. But the good thing is that rate that tornado up there by in Mississippi has have lifted. That was our first observed tornado of the evening, but now that is no longer on the ground. But we still have the concern of rotation within this sector. And this is going to be lifting north of the Starksville area. So north of the Starksville area over the next 10, 20 minutes. Oh, hey, weather on the go. Hey, how's it going, buddy? A roof was partially blown off a house just south of Boonesville, Mississippi area. Hey, I appreciate the update. Oh, hey, Rob, how's it going in San Diego? How much longer will I be going live? Probably for a while. I mean, I've been at it about 2 hours, and we haven't really hit the really the peak of the system here. So no, I planned on being here. Hey, listening. Hey, Sue, listening while you were cooking. No, I plan on being here for a while. So fortunately, uh, things have been, you know, we've seen one observed tornado in the last 2 hours. So so far it's been good, but we haven't really hit the main instability yet. So you're not able to go live, unfortunately. Yeah, but you did do a breakdown last night. Oh, 65 degrees, Rob, in San Diego. Man, that's awesome. Hey, it looks like you got some rain heading your way. I think it actually makes it to you. It's got some pretty decent rains heading to California. And I think they actually going to make it, for this weekend all the way down to your area. You said that cold air mass coming down from British Columbia. Do you think it will go as far south as San Diego? Yeah, I mean, I really, yeah, I do think so. You are going to be feeling it, by the weekend, and probably some rain around. You're probably going to get some rain around this weekend, which I know it's rare in San Diego. So you need all the rain you can get. I know you enjoyed the sunshine, but you definitely need the rain. But no, that trough stays out west. So yeah, if you live out west, it's going to remain cold for at least another a good while, a long time. Um, all right, so we're just kind of watching kind of the train tracks, if you will, just setting up along this corridor here in this in kind of this sector as these lift northeast. Yeah, so we mentioned kind of waves of tornadic supercells, and I think this is what we're going to be seeing today with these with these systems. All right, so here's the bigger picture. All right, let me go on my Twitter. So, hey, if anybody, you can follow me on my Twitter page too. If you got any storm pictures, any pictures you'd like to send me or tag me on, I'm pretty easy to find on Twitter. But I'll put my handle here to make it easy on you. Yeah, there's my Twitter handle. So yes, if you have any storm pics or anything you'd like to share with me, You can always feel free to tag me on Twitter. I'm just going to go through here and see if I'm not missing anything. Hey, I just bought a new computer the other day. I'm up to 7 monitors. 7 monitors, huh? Man, you're going to have a whole arsenal there. Hey, Rob. Yeah, thanks for tuning in, buddy. Oh, you're tuning in from Maine. Stay safe, everyone, in the path of the storm. Hey, thanks for tuning in from Maine. Hey, John, you're getting a lot of rain. You're getting a lot of rain right now at that location. All right, so it looks like we've got another tornado warning that just popped up. So we have another brand new tornado warning. It does have some some golf ball size hail with it. This was put out by the Shreveport National Weather Service, southeastern Caldwell Parish count in north central Louisiana. So this was a storm that was located near the Rosefield area at 4 o'clock, near the Rosefield area, or 11 miles south of Columbia. That was moving at 55 miles an hour. So areas in the path are going to be the southeastern Caldwell area, northeastern LaSalle, which includes the Standard, Burlington, and Kelly. Standard, Burlington, and Kelly. Within this sector right here that has a tornadic supercell associated with it, not confirmed, but just a another confirmed, rotating tornado heading towards the Winsboro area down here in Louisiana, heading into Mississippi. Okay, so here's where we're at. Here is developing potential tornado, not confirmed, but this is a developing tornado right here within this corridor, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. This is why we have the tornado warning. Yeah, it looks like it was. I mean, look. I mean, to me, it looks like it was more evident here by Chickasaw, but then now it's not as evident. So we had a little bit more rotation here, but to me, it looks like it's pulsed down already. So we'll be watching this area that definitely rotating for sure. And that's why they've got the tornado warning in place. But so if you live in the Winsboro area, you need to be in your safe zone of this tornado warned supercell that's heading your way. And this will be probably near Vicksburg shortly, within the 30 to 45 minutes time frame. Hey, I've got to go, Heather. I'll check in later. I need to fix something on my system. Hey, I appreciate you tuning in, Heather. Oh, check the 12Z CFS on Pivotal. All right, I will check it out. Yeah, December is going to be interesting. December is going to be interesting. Okay, so they did extend this. Yeah, because this little notch right here, they did extend the tornado warning because this is definitely showing some rotation there on the south side. So they went ahead and extended this tornado warning, and the hail size has increased as well. So this is that same rotating cell that was near the Rosefield area that was moving east about 35 miles an hour. So areas in the path are going to be in the Aimwell area at 410, the Rosefield around 415. That's about 9 minutes from now. Enterprise at 425. Uh, then 440, and then Wisner around 450. So Wisner area around 450. It does have some golf ball size hail up to ping pong size hail with it, and it does appear that it's definitely got some evident rotation with it as well. This is the area by Rosefield while we have the tornado warning in place. So yes, it's coming out of this warned area, and it's heading into the next one. So, and it looks like Winsboro is going to be in a more or less direct path of this system, heading through County Road 425. Wow, I'll share a video because this is those winds that we're having, those 80-mile-per-hour winds on my Twitter feed, that we're having those destructive winds right there on that borderline of Texas, Louisiana coast. Yeah, those were some really intense, powerful winds out of that system. Yeah, this was the system right here that is going to be expiring in 7 minutes. But this is the area that has some 80 miles per hour winds associated with it in this sector here. And I've got a video of it on my Twitter page there. Wow, 82. Yeah, that's a cold front, guys. So it's okay, it's literally 20 degrees right now in Denver. It's 20 degrees in Denver, and it's 82 in Houston. And it's 79 in Dallas. It's a pretty powerful front. It's a quick hitting front, but it's definitely gonna be packing a punch, considering. No, 81 now. It's actually climbed to 81 in Dallas. So that's a pretty big spread. What is that? 61 degrees from Denver to Dallas. It's 63 in St. Louis, but it's 25 right now in Minneapolis. So it's got about a 30-degree drop at least after that cold front. It's a frigid 60 in Tennessee. Yeah, that cold front won't make it to you until you get rid of this warm sector. But it'll be heading your way, Catherine. It'll be here before you know it. But it is going to be one of those fronts. It comes in, but it doesn't hang around. The cold air it's kind of quick hitting. It doesn't. It gets cold for about a day and a half, but it'll be rebounding, and it's not going to stick around. Point south. All the colder air is going to get locked up to the north next week, and especially northwest and west. But I know Alaska hit below zero. There were a ton of places in Alaska that hit below zero, and well, they indicated some of the coldest temperatures so far of the season. British Columbia is probably going to be hitting -30 below sometime next week. So that that cold air is building. It's definitely building up there, and it's not going to be able to last forever. It's going to have some sort of trigger to send it south. So I think eventually it makes it further south, but probably won't be until the second week of December. Seattle could get a foot of snow. Well, definitely areas probably around Seattle. I mean, not Seattle probably in itself, but definitely areas outside of Seattle. Yeah, most of the data I was looking at, Seattle probably could pick up a couple inches. I know it snowed a little bit today there, but yeah, definitely you're gonna be taking all the snow next week. All right, so far I think we've only had that one tornado that's been confirmed so far. Um, Earlier that looked to be on the ground for about 10 minutes. So right now we've got uh, numerous tornado warnings, three of them in place, and that one pretty big destructive wind event that's still happening for another couple of minutes. But it's still got that deep purple there. It's small, but it's mighty. That deep purple. This area right here is getting some 80-mile-per-hour winds out of this system. That can do a lot of damage in itself. That's basically an EF0 tornado in itself right there that has a lot of straight line wind damage that tails on the south side of there. A nice front building line on Alabama Georgia line right now. Is Kentucky still in the path of the storm? Yes, they are. It's just on you're kind of in the board, you're on the edge of this system. I mean, I would say the western side of Kentucky is, but you're not in the most favorite area. But yes, Kentucky it is you are in some line of the storm. Hey, 30 here in my neck of the woods in Maine. Yeah, it was a rapid rebound for me this morning. I mean, I live in Dallas, and I think I had like 35 the night before, and then of course the winds turned around, the dew points elevated, and then the low this morning was 64. It was just a massive swing, and of course today's 81. But then tomorrow morning the wind chills are in the 20s, and a high of 50 tomorrow. So we got this big roller coaster of pretty big, rapid swings in temperatures. So I know everybody's wearing shorts. I'm wearing shorts today, but tomorrow I'll be bundled up. All right, looks like if did they let that expire? Okay, so that has expired. Okay, so intense winds have let to expire. So you can see the deep purples aren't nearly as prevalent as they were. Still some 60-mile-per-hour winds, but not the destructive winds that they were coming out of the system earlier. All right, so this is that same area by Winsboro that's still showing rotation here. Let me put the frame on it. Yeah, so far today, I haven't seen anything over when we had that tornado, we were at 55,000 feet, and this one's at 46, 48. So this one's at 48,000. Yeah, typically 55,000 feet is usually that threshold. So we're just going to go around. Okay, so here's another storm. This looks to be 58,000 feet. So there's a cloud top here, 58,000 feet. So these are the ones that we're going to have to be more concerned about here. That is yeah, it's definitely a much higher cloud top there. That's the biggest of the afternoon so far, north of Macomb. Hey, Jackson, Mississippi. Yeah, you're definitely in the most favored area for sure. You're definitely in the most heightened alert of tornadic supercells. So and all this is kind of heading your way. This is essentially moving east, kind of moving east northeast. So it's kind of the calm before the storm in Jackson right now. Yeah, so definitely be on high alert and in Jackson there of of these storms heading your way for sure. Yeah, we're getting into the 418 time frame. We're getting towards the near sunset now. I mean, sunset's about 30 minutes away, so not that far. And that's when things are starting, should start to really get a lot more active, or at least that's what the data showed. Oh yeah, that cold front is booking it. It's through the panhandle already. Yeah, that cold front's like right here, essentially. Yeah, it's booking it fast. Yeah, so if the cold front is here, this is what we're looking at. So basically, the cold front's more or less right there, and it's moving south. So this is what we're going to be keeping an eye on all evening. Is this cold front eventually is going to catch up to this system, but it probably won't catch up to the system somewhere here, right? So that kind of gives you an idea. uh, what we're looking at for the rest of the evening is this warm sector and this cold front is all going to be eventually catching up with it. And so when it finally catches up with it, that's when the severe threat goes drastically down. But that won't be until after midnight. So that's like after midnight sometime, probably more like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Oh, hey, Michael and CJ. Yes, yes, Jackson is definitely in the path of these storms for sure. Yeah, Jackson, Vicksburg, these are really highly favored areas for tornadoes tonight. This is definitely you're under the most enhanced risk, moderate risk. Hey, I'm doing awesome. Hey, thanks for tuning into the live coverage. Yeah, so far it hasn't been that bad. It hasn't been crazy. I can definitely tell you that. We've seen several tornado warnings for sure. We've seen one confirmed tornado, and we've had confirmation of some 80-mile-per-hour wind gust on the Texas-Louisiana border. Um, Other than that, the everything else was a little bit calmer, on the 60-mile-per-hour, range. And but we have seen some larger hail. We've had some confirmations of 2-inch hail. Sporadic reports of some 2-inch hail already. So yeah, so 2 inches. That's that. Anytime you get 2-inch plus, that's basically considered very large hail, or up to the category where anything that it hits is going to do damage. So if your car's left outside, it's going to do damage to that. If it hits your roof, it's going to be doing some damage to your roof. If it hits your window, it could probably break out your window. So that's when you're talking about um, doing a little bit more damage, when you're starting to see those 2-inch plus hailstones falling from the sky. But yes, we have four active tornado warnings currently right now. I have a wind advisory in Indiana. When the line gets here, the winds will increase even more. Oh yeah, it's definitely going to be windy behind this front. That's for sure. Where was um I'm just making sure I don't miss anything, guys. I'm just making sure I don't miss any watches and warnings for you. But it looks like we've got some active systems. Yeah, these are all moving, you know, more or less 35 to 60 miles an hour, depends on where you are in that in that sector. Yeah, let's take this off and look at some of the current hail sizes from these storms. It looks like the only hail right now reaching the surface is this one down here by the Texas Louisiana border here. It's got about an inch or so reaching the ground. Other than that, yeah, just some half-inch hail reaching the ground. So another pocket of a little bit higher hail. But we're not seeing the larger hail like we were seeing a little bit earlier, at least at the moment. Yeah, so here's your overall hail swath so far. You can see we've had some, you know, 2-inch reports, almost 2-inch reports hitting the ground. That one storm that, had those destructive winds. Yeah, this was that storm that left the 80-mile-per-hour winds with this, within this storm, and brought some larger hail with it. But yeah, there's definitely been several pockets of larger hail tonight so far. Some just different sporadic pockets. That's just in the last 4 hours we've seen, that hail. But currently, right now, we're not seeing those. We're not seeing those larger hailstones. Yeah, welcome to all the new followers of the channel. Thanks for tuning into the live coverage. Make sure you hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you hadn't subscribed already. If you're just now kind of seeing me for the first time, I do daily content on this channel on a nationwide basis, pretty much every day. I'm almost at 1,000 videos in just in the last 3 years. Really kind of give you a breakdown of the full picture, talk about systems, well in advance. We've been talking about this system for 7 days now. And then I do live storm coverage during kind of high impact events. I've done this for severe storms. I've done some last year during the blizzard, big snowstorm up in the Northeast. So yeah, really the more impactful events, I like to come online and at least make you get out of harm's way with that blizzard or the Northeast storm that happened last year. I think it was the one that happened, snowed like 2 feet in spots. Oh, especially around the Boston area. I remember that one. Um, that thing started at 3 o'clock in the morning. So I was literally up at 3 a.m. and we went live at 3 a.m. so, so that's the thing about the weather. There's no perfect time with these. It's going to happen when Mother Nature says it's going to happen. If it's coming at 3 o'clock in the morning, it's coming at 3 o'clock in the morning. So, but that was fun. All right, but the main concern tonight is the severe storms, and you can see these kind of train tracks, if you will. This is what I talk about waves. They're going to be following along this corridor here, lifting northeast, and at sometimes you're going to be moving more east than northeast. But there's probably going to be pockets of them that go in waves that kind of originate down here and then lifting east northeast in along its path. And it's the south side of these storms that you have to be just the most concerning of trying to be tornadic, which we saw earlier. We saw a little inflow notch, and that's what brought up the tornado that was on the ground for a good 10 minutes. This is a new tornado warning. So this is really the same one we've been kind of highlighting for a while now, but it looks like it's now tornadic again. I thought that was a new one. But yeah, so this is the same area by Winsboro that we've been looking at for a while. That's essentially been really tornadic since Jasper area. Memphis going to get some severe weather too, or not as bad? Yeah, Memphis is probably not going to be as bad as Mississippi, but they're definitely in the zone to get some severe storms. It doesn't appear there's not much development out towards Little Rock and up your way yet, but I mean, we're still. This is the back half of this is the back half of the system. So it's literally about. There's Beaumont, and I mean there's Lake Charles. So I mean, this is kind of the dividing line of Texas and Louisiana. I mean, Texas is pretty much They probably got 30 minutes and they're going to be 100% out of the, out of the clear now. But it looks like this cell that had the destructive winds earlier has now turned tornadic. So this was another cell that was, located over that Nacogdoches area, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. Does have some golf ball size hail potential with this storm, but now has turned tornadic. This was the one that had some of those 80-mile-per-hour winds earlier with that a destructive straight line wind event, which is now transferred into more of a tornado threat. So now we do have a tornado warning, within this area. So this is areas that include the Nacogdoches area, the Montgomery area, Natchez, Clarence, into Bermuda, into Floral. Kind of give you an idea of some of those locations where it could be impacting those areas. And it's heading right towards the Winfield area, probably a bigger city, and then eventually heading towards into out of Louisiana, and eventually heading towards into Mississippi. Hey, Nashville, Brian. Yeah, Nashville's again kind of like on that borderline. I mean, I think Memphis does get it. Nashville, you're on that borderline of maybe some stronger wind gusts. Some of these could turn severe. I mean, you can't roll out an isolated tornado, but the main threat for you is probably going to be some stronger stronger winds at times, maybe up to 60 miles per hour. But you're kind of on the far edge of the system. I mean, your main area of concern is is this corridor right here. That's where the most instability. So the further north you live away from that is the less and less, and of course the further south. So on the south side, it's more of a rain event. So down here, it's more of a flooding rain flash flood event, right? And then it's basically destructive winds, tornadic event in this area. And then once you get up into Tennessee, uh, you could still see some of those stronger winds. You could still see maybe a tornado, but it's going to be definitely a lot less. And of course, if you live in Kentucky, that would be even less, even lesser. So that's kind of the general rule of what we're looking at tonight is within this kind of main pocket of energy. And then really once we get into tomorrow, the severe threat just drastically falls. So anything that develops here, which it will, you'll just be more or less all rain. If you get even a severe thunderstorm warning in one of these, it's going to be just borderline severe. But this is just going to be all light to moderate rain tomorrow. Yeah, the main event is today. It's a busy day. I mean, you got a snow day to the northwest and severe stuff to the southeast. So it's a very active day on the weather front as far as like on a massive scale. I mean, you got to think about this. You got all the National Weather Services offices, you got the Storm Prediction Center. I mean, they got their hands full. They got to issue all these, watches and warnings all across here. They got to issue all these watches and warnings across, tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings. Then you have blizzard warnings. So it's a very active day on the weather front across the board. So usually when you get a very, very active day like this, it's tough to get 2 days in a row like this. It's kind of a more of a 1 day event, and things will really settle down tomorrow. It won't be nearly as active things because the cold front's going to be, clearing things out. So trust me, most weather people will be, resting or at least taking it more easy tomorrow. after today. Yeah, because anybody in the weather field has probably been up for a long time now, and you track these things well ahead before they even start. So, and you have to put these watches out, you know, 24 to 48 hours ahead of time to look at the data and stuff, and then you get these warnings you put out as well. So it's a very active day to keep an eye on the radar, and you got to type all the warnings out and go through the warnings, and it's all hands on deck when you got tornadoes on the ground and over a widespread area. So you got numerous eyes. Trust me, you got a lot of eyes in the system. These systems right now, um, issuing these warnings as fast as possible. They're just like we are. We're eyeing the radar like a hawk, watching anything that looks to be spinning or any signs of rotation. Um, Anything that has higher winds, anything like that, larger hail, anything like that to let you know as fast as possible. All right, so we're going to zoom into some of these radars here and kind of hone in on this one in Winsboro, because this is the one that was more evident earlier, and it definitely appears it's getting back to some of its instability here. There's definitely rotation here, and that'll be heading towards the Gilbert area, it appears. So that's just another area of concern that we'll be looking for. That's why it does have that tornado warning too, but this is why they have it, is this area right here. And this looks to be going to be south of the Winsboro area, because this is heading more east northeast. But it's definitely been coming in waves. With this refreshed frame, it's not even as prevalent as it was the last frame, and typically this will update every 2 or 3 minutes here. So we'll be watching this system as well. Hey Ross, hey, you're under a wind advisory. Yeah, typically, yeah, wind advisory is really winds that are about 40 miles an hour. Yeah, if you get under a wind advisory. Yeah, you're right on time, buddy. You said 5 o'clock. All right, so this looks to be a new tornado warning that was put out by the Jackson National Weather Service at 4:34. There was a storm that was producing a possible tornado, not confirmed, but a possible tornado 7 miles east of the Holly Bluff area, east of Holly Bluff, or 10 miles west of the Yazoo City area, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So areas in its path are going to be that Yazoo City at 4:50, Yazoo City at 4:50 in about 10 minutes. Needs to be in your safe zone if you live in the Yazoo City area. Thornton, 5 o'clock, and Coxburg, 5:05, and Howard, more likely 5:15 time frame. So Howard at 5:15, this developing tornadic supercell that has a potential tornado near Yazoo City, not confirmed, but a potential tornado within this sector that we have to be concerned about. Yeah, it's literally between the Holly Bluff and the Yazoo City area. All right, so let's tap into this storm chaser and see what he's looking at. He's on that storm in Yazoo City. So we're watching his live stream. This is Brad Arnold. He's a storm chaser. So it appears to be he's maybe even like maybe on a dirt road right now, heading to get a better picture, a better spot on this particular system. And these guys got multiple radars, and of course they're really experienced in what they do. So these guys have been doing it for years. So yeah, you can definitely see he's pretty much surrounded with trees, and he doesn't have a visual, right? There's no clearing. He's kind of in the middle of the woods there. It'd be hard for him to spot a tornado in that type of atmosphere. So we're watching his live feed right here. So we're watching this storm near Yazoo City. So we're watching this particular system coming out of Holly Bluff into Yazoo City right here. I mean, it looks a mess to me. There's nothing really showing technically. No. Here, let me switch to the Jackson. Maybe I wasn't on the right. I wasn't picking up the right radar. So the Jackson's a little bit closer, so now I can actually see it better. Okay, so what he's looking at here is this system right here. This is the city of Yazoo City, and it's this circulation here that appears to be pretty evident. I mean, where you've got the reds and the greens there going to and from the radar. That's where you're going to have that rotation between Holly Bluff and the Yazoo City area. And this is where he's at. See, right? He's just on the north side of there, and this is moving kind of east northeast. So he's actually in a fairly good spot. He just there's not much clearance there. So if it is on the ground, he's not going to be able to see it with all those trees. With all the trees in the way. But it definitely appears it's got some decent circulation with it for sure. Okay, so we got a confirmed tornado now. So this is confirmed, guys. This is has a confirmed touchdown with this system. So this is a confirmed tornado that was over the Oakville or 15 miles northwest of Columbia, moving northeast at 25. Is that? No, that's another one. That's further south. This one. So this is a confirmed tornado that's on the ground right now. Let me take his feet off. All right, so we have a confirmed tornado that is on the ground over the Oakville area, or 15 miles northwest of Columbia. 15 miles northwest of Columbia, moving northeast around 20 miles an hour. So that's a fairly slow moving storm. It looks to be in the Goss area at 445. Society Hill at 450, the Bunker Hill at 505, and then Carson around 520. So we have a confirmed tornado that is on the ground within this sector. Well, this is your southern Lawrence and southern Jefferson Davis counties. Uh, down here into portions of Louisiana here. Yeah, so I just looked. The one by Yazoo City has not been confirmed. So, but the one, and it definitely shows there's a lot of rotation within the Yazoo City one, but there's not a confirmation on that. But there definitely is one here, and it would be literally right here within this sector by Tilton. So there's your confirmed tornado right here by County Road 43. So County Road 43, this is all lifting only 20 miles an hour. So this is definitely a lot slower than the ones we've seen so far, because this is much further south. But it's going to be heading towards in between Hattiesburg and Collins. So in between Hattiesburg and Collins, there is going to be under that tornado warning, and it looks to be passing Bassfield as well, crossing over County Road 35 here shortly. Yeah, it definitely appears it's getting more active, Stormy. That's for sure. Yeah, so here's the one that's Brad is on. There's the one that we were looking at live of this circulation just north of Holly Bluff there. But yeah, things are getting more active. There's 4 tornado warnings right now, and there is one confirmed tornado. So there's that one confirmed tornado for Jefferson Davis, Lawrence, Mississippi, and Lamar. So those are your 4, one confirmed tornado and 4 tornado warnings currently right now, as we're reporting live here. Cells are starting to pop up in central Illinois. But yeah, I'm not expecting them to be severe in central Illinois. I'm going to make sure I stayed hydrated. Hey, Judy. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, this time of year, if it was spring, we'd be still daylight for a couple hours. But I mean, it's already dark, right? I mean, the sun is going down already, and this is all going to be a nighttime event here. This is what really makes this situation even more dangerous as we get into the nighttime hours, especially in Mississippi when they're moving at 50 and 60 miles an hour. So, yeah, these guys where Brad is, that's by Yazoo City, by the Starksville, the Jackson, those areas are going to be moving a lot quicker. You really got to be on high alert in those areas. All right, so we still have that confirmed tornado that was confirmed at 4:39. So it looks like it has been on the ground there for about 10 minutes or so, um, and it's always on the south side, right? It's these little inflow notches that we start to see on radar is always the indications of where you have that tornado. See, I mean, it's basically right here. And we got the little, or so there's your circulation here as it continues to move, you know, east northeast. So heads up in Collins, heads up in Bassville. That is a confirmed tornado that is still on the ground for about 10 minutes or so, heading your way. So you need to be in your safe zone immediately. As this is going to be crossing over, 49 here shortly and heading towards Highway 84. And it looks to be heading near the city of Laurel as well here shortly. So it looks like the radar has updated, and this is a new scan. And we're still seeing that line of convection here, still that possible tornado on the ground here. All right, so we are watching live storm coverage here. We've got several active tornado warnings as we speak, and it's getting to be a lot more numerous here. We've got five now. Looks to be five tornado warnings. That's probably the busiest of the evening. The one that was confirmed earlier has now lifted back up in the atmosphere, so that's no longer on the ground, but that was in fact our second one of the evening, and that one appears to also be on the ground for probably about 10 or 15 minutes or so. So we've seen two tornadoes, or at least confirmed ones that we have knowledge of so far this evening, that has made touchdown and looks to be on the ground for a good 10 to 15 minutes so far. But we got one cell left. We got one cell left in Texas before we can say the coast is clear, and that doesn't look good. That always doesn't look good when you see something like that. This is just a special weather statement, but definitely concerning to see something like that on radar here. This is the back. This is the back half of that system. So when this one clears, we can maybe say our good night in Texas. You're in the clear. So, but not yet, not just yet. So we can't say that yet. We got to wait for the storm to pass. And so now we have that one in Nacogdoches that had those 80-mile-per-hour winds, and it kind of has that same look, right? It has that same little inflow notch right there, and same thing here, right? So these are two little inflow notches that we have to be on the lookout for. They almost look the same. One actually has a tornado warning, the other one doesn't, but they look fairly the same, even though this one actually even looks more impressive on radar than this one does. But nonetheless, this one does have a tornado warning associated with it. So this is at 4:42. That was a storm near Nacogdoches, moving about 35 miles an hour to the northeast. Locations in the path of that storm are going to be Montgomery, the Natchez area, the Clarence area, Calvin, and to St. Maurice. So those areas are going to be having to look out for a possible rotating tornado potential, not confirmed, but potential tornado that could unfold. So you need to be in your safe zone if you live in the Winfield area. Going to be crossing over 167 here shortly and eventually heading towards the Monroe. But these are all kind of in line, all in line of each other. Feels like snow. Let me go back to the Jackson radar. We can we can see the sun setting. This is always kind of cool to see on radar. You can actually see the sunset. That's the sunbeam. So it's already the sun is going down in Jackson, but you can actually watch the sunset here. But yeah, so it turns. This is all turning into a more or less a nighttime event here shortly, as the sun is setting rapidly here, and this is all going to be a more of a harder risk to even view. You saw the storm chasers are already dealing with the forest and everything, and they couldn't even hardly see, and now they're going to have the whole night element too. So um, they really got to be paying attention to the radar and knowing the roads ahead of them. Most of these times are areas that they probably haven't been, or maybe don't drive all the time because they live in different states. So it can get pretty treacherous out there at nighttime. Nighttime NATOs in Mississippi. Yes, that's for sure. And it looked like to be an all nighttime event. I mean, we've had two confirmed on the ground during the day, but the rest it looks to be probably in the nighttime hours. But it does appear the radar's kind of lighting up a little bit. It's getting more numerous. Let me put the expansion on and give you the big picture of all the. Yeah, someone mentioned it was kind of clouding up in Illinois. Yeah, just the outflow of that upper level low, but nothing. Yeah, definitely nothing severe with that stuff. Is that another one? So we have six of them now. Is that another tornado warning? So we have one, two, three, four, five, six. Yes, that's another tornado warning that they've added. So we've got six tornado warnings now. So yes, things are starting to develop in front of our eyes for sure. And they're traveling in these waves that we mentioned, right? So we got these train tracks of tornadoes going to be kind of forming in train tracks, and if you're happen to be right along this corridor, if one moves out, there another one might be on your doorstep. So just because one's going to be out of a tornado warning, you might not have much time before the next one is going to be approaching. So it's going to just to be a very active time frame coming up. So things are definitely looks like they're developing quickly, and they could really go kind of downhill fast. So we're at the 5 o'clock hour. We're 3 hours into live coverage, and this is when most of the data started to show signs. Really, the 7 to 10 o'clock. That's probably the peak of it. But we're getting closer to the peak of, and that's why we're seeing now 5 tornado warnings. So, oh, you got light snow in the Oklahoma Panhandle, really? Oh yeah, look at that. Yeah, a little light snow there. Yeah, you got some snow starting to fly. Well, that's that cold front, right? So there's your cold front. You might squeeze out something, but there's not much moisture. Yeah, Elk City was the location that they had those 7 inches a couple weeks ago. I know Woodward, this is an area that kind of snows more than Oklahoma City and Tulsa. And then of course Texas had that snow event the other day that really ended up being south of Amarillo. It was more in the Carlsbad and Roswell area. And then the Guadalupe Mountains area, Fort Stockton, some of these areas in Pecos had some. I saw some 8 inch totals out here, but it's pretty elevated out there. Most people don't realize there's a mountain in Texas. There's about and it's 8,000 feet. It's pretty elevated out here, so it's not like it's that unusual to see snow out this area. All right, so let's go back to home. Uh, Let me go back to the regular. I got to pull up the velocity view. All right, so let's zoom into this area near the Hattiesburg. Okay, so yeah, this one has some bigger hail associated with it. This has some up to 2.5 inches. This area is rotating, but it could have some tennis ball size hail. That was the one by Society Hill that we've been tracking. But at 4:56, there was that storm that was about 12 miles north of Columbia area. That was going to be in Carson about 5:05 and Melba around 5:15. But it does in fact have potential tennis ball size hail, some potential tennis ball size hail with this particular cell down here. And yeah, this would be your larger hail right here by Society Hill. That's a strong indication of some damage and hailstones happening right now into the Society Hill area, all moving towards the Bassville and the Summerall area. Yeah, that last frame is really intensified just on that last frame there. This is north of Columbia. This could have some up to tennis ball size hail with it. This is east of Macomb, west of Hattiesburg, and south of Jackson here, heading towards Collins off Highway 84, County Road Highway 84. Got some pretty big hailstones falling, up to tennis ball size hail potential. And at the same time, the area is rotating as well. So that's I got some the really deep purples, probably the strongest indication of the night from very deep purples here. It's a really intense cell here, heading towards the probably just south of Collins. Probably Seminary is your more favorite area to see that larger hail here. Yeah, that's doing some very destructive damage to anything in its path. So yeah, you get up to pass golf balls to ping pong, especially tennis balls. I don't need to tell you, it's going to damage anything it hits. And that's something that you don't want to be out and about either. So even if in your car, you need to, you know, put your purse over your head or anything that you can do to they can come through the sunroof, guys. I mean, I've seen it happen. So I just want you want to take all precautions necessary to. You always got to think about the what ifs, and but it's definitely something that you don't want to go out. Hey, it's hailing. I'm going to go out and pick one out of the yard. You don't want to do that. But yeah, that system is coming out of Society Hill here and heading towards the the Bassville. This is heading towards Bassville, and then Cantwell Mill, and the Cantwell Mill will need to be on high alert for the system. So if anything, if you're in Collins, if you're listening to me from Collins, uh, if you got friends and family in Collins, it's probably going to be more likely Seminary or Oakberry. But yeah, that's some damaging stuff. I mean, if there's a way you can get your cars under shelter, um, if there's a you got a garage, you got a carport, you got anything, you can park it under. You're running out of time quick because this is going to be knocking on your doorstep shortly of that damaging hail, and it doesn't need to take much. If it just hails like that for 30 seconds, it can still do a lot of damage. So it's not going to take much with tennis ball sized hailstones falling out of the sky. But yeah, this tornado warning goes on for another 7 minutes, and I mean, to me, it has no signs of letting up. So it's probably going to be extended here. I mean, we don't have a confirmation here, but that looks pretty nasty, guys. That does not look pretty here on by Highway 35. We're probably witnessing a tornado here, but we just don't have confirmation. Right by Ebsner, I mean, there's more than likely a possible tornado here, and that's we can't get Oh, did they just do that? All right, so but they did extend that tornado warning. So it looks like they did extend the tornado warning at least. So at 5:07, there was that storm that was located near the Buckner Bunker Hill area, or that 12 miles north of Columbia. So it's Melba at 5:25. So Melba at 5:25 needs to take shelter. Summerall, wow, look at that frame, guys. That's got to be a tornado. We're going to probably get confirmation here shortly because it really intensified that last frame. So yeah, so we need to take this serious. Melba at 5:25, Summerall at 5:30, and Sanford around 5:45. So we're watching this developing storm, going to be heading over the Bassfield and the Seminary area of this developing tornado, if not already tornado here. We're waiting to get confirmation, but that does not look pretty on the velocity scan here, heading towards Bassville. It's got a very evident notch on the south. So this is probably the most intense storm of the evening. I mean, this is it's got a very um, you know really inflow notch here. It really hooks around. And yeah, and I'm surprised we don't have confirmation of this, but this is probably what we're going to be getting. Is it's tough to have confirmation now that it's night, right? So, but you just got to treat this as a tornado. I mean, looks every bit of a tornado happening right now in this sector. So that's why we do have the warning in place. You need to be in your safe zone immediately because that last scan really elevated towards the Ebsner area, Highway 35, crossing over Bassville, crossing over going to be in the Cantwell Mill area. This is definitely serious, guys. This is probably our strongest indication of the evening, and there's not much to the south side of that. Look, I mean, there's nothing. You can see it. There's not any rain in sight, right? There's no rain in sight on the south side. So this is one of those storms that could be with us for a while. This is how they develop is once they get rotating, there's not much to really stop these things from losing its circulation. So it's kind of in that perfect setup now, if you will, that this is all really coming together here over the Bassfield area. But yeah, there's definitely strong indications that is definitely a possible tornado here. And so if you live in the city of Laurel, if you in the city of Laurel, you need to be on heightened alert of this developing tornado that's heading your way. I mean, you got to warn your friends and family, anybody that lives in the area. You need to give them a text. You need to give them a call. Um, you need to give message them on Facebook. Message, find a way to get a hold of them and let them know that we have a possible tornado heading their way, that they need to be in their safe zone immediately. And it doesn't appear that this is going to be letting up anytime soon here, as this continues to, even look more impressive with every scan here. Look at that. I mean, that that's definitely the strongest indication of the night here. Oh, hey, Ross. Okay, now we got the confirmed tornado. So, yes, this has probably been on the ground already for another 5 minutes at least, but at least we have confirmation now of this tornado that is on the ground, um, heading east northeast. So it looks to be in Collins at 5:32. So in Collins at 5:32, the near the seminary area at 5:17. So if the seminary at 5:17 and eventually heading towards uh, near the Soso area at 5:47. But this is now confirmed tornado that is on the ground here. Yeah, law enforcement did confirm it. So law enforcement did confirm at 5:10 the storm located near the Carson area is a damaging tornado. So this is confirmed by law enforcement now. So it's going to be in the Melba area at 5:20, the Summerall area at 5:30, and the Sanford area at 5:40. So in those areas, you need to be in your safe zone because this damaging tornado has been now confirmed on the ground. It's the third one of the evening. Um, Probably doing some serious damage because this looks to be fairly significant as well. I mean, that's got the best circulation of the evening, if you will. And oh, wow, look at that. That's even getting more intense as we speak. So we could be looking at something even more serious now, guys. This is on every scan. This continues to really intensify, developing in something greater. So we could be looking at a very strong tornado really starting to develop here. So anybody in this sector needs to be on high alert of this developing, potentially intense tornado that is on the ground as we speak. And there's just not much indication that this is going to be stopping anytime soon because it's got a pretty good inflow there to the south side. So all those areas in its path will definitely need to be taking shelter because it continues to have that kind of impressive hook by the Bassfield area. This is probably doing extensive damage as we speak because it looks to be every bit of a very potential if not large tornado really starting to develop here near the Bassfield area. Yeah, that's probably the most concerning look of the evening of that something like that on the velocity scans. That's definitely an indication of even some sort of debris even being lifted in the sky now. So that's even more concerning that we're seeing something like that. If we look at the coefficient radar, and that is definitely showing something like that now too, that these mix of colors, and that's showing some debris possibly even being lifted up in the sky now. So that is potentially an even larger tornado that's really has developed here near the Bassfield area that is heading east northeast now. So this is definitely concerning. Gonna be in Collins. This is Collins area around say 5:25 time frame. So in the Collins area around 5:25 time frame. But yeah, this is definitely our largest tornado of the evening. And if we keep the scan, we keep the loop on here, we can really see the debris really starting to hone together, right? We can see it really starting to form that more of a debris ball, essentially, if you will. That's always an indication of that debris being lofted up in the atmosphere into the sky. So this is what we're seeing being more tightly together. So we're seeing this really starting to tighten up here and develop into something that's could be fairly large out of the Bassfield area. Oh wow, you're in Bassville right now. It's passing right by, so you got to look at it. Wow, that's some crazy stuff. So yeah, so it looks to be probably just in the south of you there. But yeah, that's a large tornado, guys. That is a large tornado that is on the ground as we speak. That is probably doing some significant damage. And every scan just looks to be kind of more impressive, if you will. This is definitely uh, it's hard to watch something like this because whatever is in its path, it's going to be doing a lot of damage, right? So this is now turning into a life threatening situation. So people need to be made highly aware of this large tornado. And if we zoom out, it sticks out like a sore thumb um, of that scan right there, and it continues to look more impressive as we speak with every scan. Look at that. I mean, it really started to come together, and boom, it's still developing. It's still getting more intense with every frame here. And Collins looks to be a direct hit. So Collins looks to be unfortunately a direct hit. I mean, we're talking at 5:25 in 6 minutes. This large tornado is going to be right over Collins. So you need to be in your safe zone immediately as this and you're almost probably on the outside of this tornado warning, but this is all traveling northeast. So you're in the path of this storm in Collins. So definitely take this. You might not even be in a tornado warning because you're on the outside of this. So that's concerning. You might not even know this is coming. So this is very concerning. So if you have anybody that knows anybody in this area, definitely let them know this is a damaging tornado, heading their way as this continues to lift northeast, and as this will appear to be near the maybe in the same path of the Taylorsville area. So this is the path that it's essentially taking as it lifts northeast. So anybody in this sector needs to be on high alert, whether you're in the tornado warning right now or not. It looks to be coming your way, and you've got plenty of notice ahead of time to get out of harm's way, put everything under cover, get everybody, get the family, get the dogs, get all the pets, go in the shelter if you have one, get in the nearest interior portions of the house. Get a helmet, get your bring your cell phone in with you, get bring all the everything in there and just kind of hunker down and hope for the best that as this developing storm is going to be heading right over your area in the next 5 minutes. So you got 5 minutes in Collins. It's still showing that nice hook on the south side. This is a confirmed tornado that has been on the ground for at least 10 minutes now, confirmed by law enforcement, and is doing some a lot of damage in its path. So at 5:20, they reconfirmed. So they basically reconfirmed this system is still on the ground to take cover immediately. You can go to the basement, interior room in the home, lowest floor of the house. Uh, you know, the most sturdiest building as possible. Avoid any windows. Just the most interior portion of the house to be as safe as possible. But yeah, so this is what we were concerned about. This is what we were concerned about, are these strong tornadoes really starting to develop, and they could be turning large. And I wish we could see some good news on these scans, but we're just not seeing it. And you can actually see the sun. It's basically setting as we speak on this storm. So yeah, so we're on this storm because this is the most intense storm of the evening right now. But we could be looking at a possible, um, yeah. So the one by Yazoo City is also concerning too. So we might be looking at another tornado potentially trying to develop there. That's coming out of Yazoo City. That's heading towards maybe just south of Eden, maybe heading towards the Lexington area. This is all moving to the city of West Durant. So this is also a tornado warning, but not confirmed. But that's another possibility of another tornado that could unfold there, just to the northeast of the Yazoo City area. I'm going to go on my Twitter feed and see if there's anybody has any pictures of that developing tornado there, of that tornado that's, and of course it's dark now, so this is now it's nighttime. But we're on this storm. Okay, so if we have any like good news to report, it definitely appears that it's not as intense as it was in Bassfield. So all those colors of it's still on the ground, no question, but it doesn't appear as maybe as large as it was. If there's any saving grace to come out of that. So yeah, so it definitely appears it's still on the ground, but we're not maybe looking at some of the intense velocities that we were seeing earlier. Hey Ross, located near Lexington and 13 miles east of Thornton. Yeah, so we're looking. This is Mississippi here that we're looking at. This observed tornado. This is southern Covington, southeastern Jefferson counties, the city of Melba, or 12 miles southwest of Collins. It's going to be over Collins here in the probably right now. I mean, it's basically over Collins as we speak. And it passed through Bassfield. It was just maybe just a touch south of Bassfield, but it looks like it went directly over Seminary. But yeah, I see every storm chaser posting about this now. mean, this is probably our longest tornado on the ground so far tonight. If you get your bearings, this is north of Macomb. If we really zoom out here, north of Hattiesburg. This is north of Hattiesburg, and heading to Laurel. Okay, it looks like I was watching the World Cup. It looks like the USA won, so I saw them score that goal, but they ended up. Looks like the USA won, so they're going to be moving on. Okay, so I got a. I'll retweet this. It looks like I've got somebody that has this on the video here. The one southwest of Bassfield. It was still a little bit daylight at the moment, but you can definitely see the tornado off in a distance there. Because the sun, yeah, you can see the sun setting with the darker blue and the lighter and the darker brown, the black there. But yeah, that's definitely a tornado, and it's still there. I mean, we're still dealing with that tornado. Hey, how's Bowling Green, Kentucky looking? You know, like I said, Kentucky's on the very outskirts of the system, so you're probably going to just be getting some maybe higher wind gusts later on tonight. But you're in that slight risk, even maybe marginal. So um, it's just on that very outskirts. So it doesn't appear to be that bad at all in Kentucky. But we're still watching this whole system really kind of develop. And well, yeah, here's the big picture. Yeah, right now we don't even have much of anything in Kentucky. It doesn't even extend that far. So you mentioned Bowling Green. It's pretty clear right now in Bowling Green. But yeah, you're going to be much later tonight, but you're going to be on the very far outskirts of the system. All right, so we were watching this tornado that's been on the ground for about 10-15 minutes, if not longer. Probably our strongest of the evening down by Bassfield. And it's right over Collins. So I'm kind of surprised that they'd actually didn't extend that tornado warning. I mean, uh, okay, maybe it slowed down. This is not moving as fast as it was, but it's still showing plenty of circulation. This thing looks to be still on the ground. Yeah, so welcome everybody to live coverage, live storm coverage this evening. We have seen three confirmed tornadoes so far tonight. We've seen some 80-mile-per-hour winds confirmed. We've seen some 2.5-inch hailstones fall out of the sky. So it's going to be a very active evening. So make sure you hit the like button and share it with friends and family that live in the warn zone tonight, because we're about 3.5 hours in from when we went live at 2 o'clock, and we're just kind of getting going here. So it's been active, and it's going to get probably even more active as we get deeper into the evening time frame. As now the sun is set, and we've got a little bit more instability, a little bit more moisture to work with. The low level jet is really getting a little bit closer, so kind of all the ingredients are kind of all coming together now to maybe elevate into a significant event. And at least that's what a lot of the data ahead of this event showed. So it was indicating you know longer track type tornadoes, like we're starting to see, right? We're starting to see the beginning stages of that. The storm's been on the ground for about 20 minutes, right? So that's pretty long time. So, and again, it doesn't really have anything to the south side, right? I mean, there's no rain, nothing to really choke this system off. So, this is one of the concerns, that these, once they get going, it's very difficult to really stop these things. So, that's when you can get these long track tornadoes, if you will. So it's got a pretty definite hook still, coming out of Basswood. It's heading towards Collins. Um, it's probably even looking more impressive now than it was earlier. So there's yeah, this is one of the ones that could be on the ground for a while. Is Jackson in the clear? Well, I mean, you're no, not for the whole evening. There's going to be definitely more storms for sure. Just because one pass, I mean, it's going to be a long time for you to be in the clear for sure. So um, these storms by Shreveport have to pass Jackson. So that's you live a long ways from Jackson, from Shreveport. So that's yeah, Jackson's going to be another 5, 6, 7 hours away before you can say you're probably in the clear. So yeah, these storms are going to be kind of training over this same pass. So this is the area that you're going to have to look out for. Is this area right here if you live in Jackson? So it's this path right here. That's a lot of mileage between there and there. Hey, Snowman. Oh, hey, how are the folks doing in Buffalo after that monster snow? Yeah, I'm kinda anxious to hear that too. I mean, I saw the massive cleanup, but I think they had 1 day off of school. Hey, they're used to that stuff up there, but man, 1 day, that's pretty impressive. After I know Buffalo had 36 inches, but what, Orchard Park with, like, was it 80 inches? I know Hamburg overtopped them there, 81 inches, but that was one, and I think they even, some of those areas had some lake effect snow even today. I was thinking Oswego had some, about a foot of snow. Yeah, they're still digging out of 6 feet. Yeah, I know. I mean, well, I mean, obviously you don't want it to melt that fast, but I think luckily the Bills weren't playing at home this week. But yeah, it takes a long time to clean up from that. Yeah, so we're on that, Ross. We've been on that one in Collins. It still has that confirmed tornado still at 5:31. This is still confirmation of flying debris, those caught without shelter. This is just shows you that tornado that's still over that same area that we've been highlighting, that went over a seminary, and it's still confirmed by law enforcement that it's still in fact on the ground, unfortunately. So this is what we're witnessing here, is this continuing tornado that's been on the ground literally from outside of Bassfield. So this has been a good 20, approaching maybe 30 minutes now, as this continues to lift northeast. Yeah, Seminary is pretty much in the favored zone between Seminary and Collinsville. They'll probably be extending this tornado warning for maybe ports further north here. But yeah, if you live northeast of this zone, you need to be in your safe zone, because this continues to be a confirmed tornado that has been on the ground for at least 20 minutes. Yeah, if we look at these velocities, it doesn't really appear that this is going down anytime soon. It's still, these velocity scans are still looking fairly impressive on radar, indicating that tornado is still on the ground within this area. So this is doing a lot of damage. This is doing a lot of damage, guys. I mean, I would say so would be your Seminary, Oakberry, Shandy Oak, or Shady Oak, Collins, So. Yeah, these whole areas are kind of in the area. Chattanooga, Tennessee, Kathy. Yeah, again, you're kind of on the outskirts. I'm not really expecting not too bad in Chattanooga. I think by the time they reach you, they're going to be probably not severe. You're going to have that cold front influenced in that area. So I'm not expecting it to get too bad at all in Chattanooga. I'm gonna go get some more water. I'll be back in a second. All right, I'm back. Okay, so yeah, so we're still tracking that tornado that is on the ground near the Bassfield area now in Seminary. Let's look at see what else we got going on, because all right, so we got several other tornado warnings to speak of, but nothing confirmed. So that's only the only confirmed tornado we have on the ground right now. So let me zoom out and get a bigger picture. Yeah, so that one north of Starkville, Yeah, that's looking. So at 5:35, there was a tornado warning that was located near FIBA, or 11 miles south of Mount Pillier, moving east at 40 miles an hour. So Griffith at 5:50, West Point at 6:05, and this is just north of Starkville and Mississippi. Yeah, so these storm chasers right here, they're in Vicksburg, they're in Jackson. You can see where they're You can see the setup. This is why they're there, because they're watching these storms off to the southeast, and this is all heading their way. So they probably decided just to kind of hang tight, and watch it, watch it come to them. Really, these are too far away because these are moving at 50 miles an hour, right? These are moving 50, so it's tough to catch up to that, and when they're already moving at 50. Um, so you have to kind of hang tight, but this is a pretty active area, so I would have definitely imagined they're in fairly good position here to see some possible tornadoes. I'm watching that one really closely. There was also another PDS watch earlier. Yeah, I'm sure they've extended, or at least they added it. All right, so here's your tornado watch that looks like they extended. This is your PDS tornado watch. Goes on until 11 o'clock. So some tornadoes within this watch, some 70-mile-per-hour winds, and some 1.5-inch hail. This will go on until 11 o'clock, which is probably just the extension from the one earlier. This is the PDS watch that goes until 7. This is points, further off to the west, and these will just get extended. But yeah, I noticed till 11. Memphis is not in there. Tupelo is not in there. Doesn't mean you can't get anything. It's just you're not as likely. So I think this will probably get possibly extended further north. But the main instability is within this sector. So if anything, this would probably get extended further east as we get past 11 o'clock. But yeah, that's the new tornado watch that they did issue. And it doesn't even appear that's a PDS watch. It doesn't appear that's even as dangerous as the other watch. Yeah, but these are all tornado watches. It's not a severe thunderstorm watch. All right, so let's zoom into that one by south of Shreveport there, because that also has a tornado warning to it as well. That was the one cell earlier that had those 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts with that significant damaging winds. All right, let's go back to this tornado. Okay, so that's actually some good news. It looks like it's now lifted. So we don't have a confirmed tornado on the ground any longer. So you can definitely see the difference here of no inflow notch anymore. So, but a lot of damage has already been done. So that was on the ground for at least 30 minutes. That was by far the longest of the evening so far. That has now it's no longer doing damage. So we have no tornado, observed tornado at the moment. So, but it looked like it was 5:15. Just trying to do the math. It had to have been 30 minutes. It had to have been 30 minutes. During these events, obviously the National Weather Service will go out there and they got a big day. There's still gonna be a lot more going on tonight, but these things take a while, right? These things take probably 7 to 10 days after big events like these. Multiple states, you got multiple National Weather Services on these events. It takes probably 7 to 10 days to really find out exactly what happened. And they do all the surveys, they come out and do all the due diligence necessary. It's a meticulous process. Trust me, it's a meticulous process to figure out exactly where it touched down, the winds at the time, the length, the width, everything. So it takes hours for each days for each storm, and then they got to figure out if the same circulation actually stayed on the ground or if a new circulation formed and then touched down again. So there's a lot of logistics involved when they do these surveys like this. It's not something that you can just, oh, there was an EF3 last night. You have to wait for confirmation from the National Weather Service for them to do all the surveys to give a final assessment on what happened. Uh, I notice it's quiet now. Everybody left. My kids went to soccer practice. It's like it's quiet in here. But yeah, it's you can see these bands here just kind of traversing across this boundary. I mean, it's the radar is kind of lighting up a little bit. I mean, it's more you got a lot more numerous storms and showers and storms than you did earlier. So we're starting to get that activity further to the south. This is more of a rain event down here by Mobile, but this is where they have the flood watches and the flood, the moderate risk for excessive rainfall. So that just gives you an indication that we're starting to get the lift from the Gulf of Mexico, right? So we're getting confirmation now that low level jet is getting closer. It's getting a little closer. It's going to be able to tap into a lot of that moisture from the Gulf. It's going to ring it out on land. So this is what we're getting. We're getting these little feeder bands, you know, into the system. So this is the moisture that's getting fed into these storms, right? It's got higher dew points. You've got a lot of instability, and you got shear. The shear is the most prevalent because that's the indication where it's rotating. So you got higher cloud tops, 55,000 feet now, and you got plenty of moisture. You've got the jet that causes the upward rising motion air, and then you got the shear at the lower level. So you got all the ingredients in place to have tornadic storms, and so this is where the most favored sector, because if you do the math, this all comes together ahead of the cold front, right? Here's the cold front back here, right? So you got the warm sector, and then you got the colder air. So until this colder air catches up to this warm sector, you're going to be in you're going to be in the favored zone for severe storms. But that's going to be a long time from now. It's still 7, 8, 10 hours away. So yeah, kind of an interesting setup. So I know we were tracking that cold front earlier. Um, and it was even snowing in the panhandle. Yeah, so it looks like that cold front is it's like it's past Oklahoma City. This thing's booking it. I mean, it looks like to me it's like right here. This thing gets faster and faster. I mean, it looks like it to me. It's fairly it's 33 degrees in the Panhandle. I mean, it's 33 degrees in the Amarillo, but it's 77 in Dallas. Yeah, so there you go. Yeah, pretty interesting. So, I mean, if I'm looking at this, it looks like the cold front is actually faster than what the data said. So, that's probably going to be fairly significant, as we get closer into the evening time frame. Maybe this won't last as long as what some of the data was showing because that cold front is going to maybe catch up with it. It's on the Arkansas border here. It's like right here. I mean, that's not like that far away from Shreveport, right? I mean, it's not that far away. I don't know. We'll watch it, but traveling. Yeah, yeah. Arctic air is always faster than what the models actually show it. Especially like global models. Global models, the European, the GFS. It's tough for them to see cold air. They just, especially the Arctic air. It sinks. It's shallow. You start to rely on mesoscale guidance, but mesoscale guidance you can't get within 4 days. So 48 hour. I mean, 84 hours is the longest it goes out. So um, just because a map shows it's going to be warm 7 days out doesn't mean it's going to end up that way. You have to look at the teleconnections. You got to look at the upper levels, what's happening in at the higher levels, because the atmosphere is always you look at it from the top down. That's always you have to view it from the top down. So, but yeah, you're going to feel that in the morning. You're definitely going to feel that in the morning. With that cold front. It's gonna be a shock to the system. I mean, you literally go from 81 degrees was the high in Dallas, and you're gonna have wind chills in the 20s tomorrow morning. That's a fairly significant shock to the body there. All right, so we still got several tornado warnings that we're looking at. Yeah, that one by Starksville looks to be getting more intense. That's maybe some larger hails trying to form out of that system. Hey Ross. Hey, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornado, usually about 20 to 25 a year. I don't know. Missed the comment. It's about 60 here in Indiana. Hopefully the cold front cuts these storms off and it blasted through here so dang fast. Oh, hey Judy. Yeah, I think you're in Oklahoma there. Yeah, I believe it. It shows you're like in the 40s already. So that thing is really booking it. It is really booking it. I mean, I don't think there was any data that showed it's only 6 o'clock. It's not even 6 o'clock yet. It's I didn't. There's no way it showed it was going to be in your area by 6 o'clock tonight. So at the very least, I think it's at least a couple hours ahead of schedule. And hey, a couple hours is a lot when you can talk about you can kind of take the breath out of these storms. Yeah, 33 in Dallas. Yeah, no, that's the actual temperature, but the wind chill because it's gonna be gusty behind that front. Gonna be more like in the 25 range, 22, 25 range. Yeah, 32 right now. Oh, that's even okay. So I'm getting the 5 o'clock temperatures. It hasn't updated yet. But yeah, falling fast. Wow, 32. That's impressive already. Yeah, it looks like it's 73 now in Dallas. Yeah, high of 81. High of 81 when the normal high is 62. So that's already 19 degrees above average. A river, 52 degrees in the mountains here ahead of the storm. Wind chill of 22 in Dallas at 7 o'clock. Oh, 22 now. Hey, Ross, thanks for the update. That's even colder than the last I looked. Yeah, so this is that's a pretty good cold front. 65 in Memphis. Yeah, so when I woke up this morning, it was 64 in Dallas, which was insanely warm. And all these areas, that was the concern down here. I mean, it was all these areas down here. This is where they had, why they have so that severe weather is just very abnormal, right? For this time of year, these very high temperatures. All right, so it looks like they have an extension on this tornado warning from that same area that was near the Collins area. No longer a confirmed tornado, but still watching that area that has that tornadic cell with it moving out of the Collins area and heading northeast at 30 miles an hour. So yeah, it's still showing that somewhat of a hook, but not nearly as impressive as it was earlier. But obviously, still something that they have to keep an eye on because it's these things are that they do what they call pulse down and pulse back up. So you got plenty of moisture, right? I mean, you can tell this is really evident from these training cells, and this is why they got the flood watch, right? These you're gonna have these training cells just like fingers lifting out of the Gulf, and that's gonna tap into this moisture. Which that's the feed. It's just feeding into that system. So you've got upward rising motion air and causing this moisture to lift up in the atmosphere. Then you got spinning at the surface, and it's just kind of a perfect combination, if you will, of severe storms. It's the kind of setup that you look for. And unfortunately, when you have all the ingredients come together, you have uh, a possible tornado outbreak. So I think I think the low number is 10. I think you have to have at least 10 storms to be considered a tornado outbreak. There was obviously signs of every bit of that. We've had at least 3 confirmed, if not 4. So we're almost halfway there. So, but we've had plenty of tornado warnings. Plenty of tornado warnings. All right, so we got that one storm coming out of Collins here, or sorry, I'm sorry, Starkville. That was an extension of the tornado warning. So again, this whole area is continuing to rotate And this is going to be another area of concern that's has the potential for a tornado near the Muldrow area or near West Point. This was moving about 35 miles an hour to the east. So areas in the path of this storm are the Waverly at 610, the Columbus area at 620, and the Conda area at 630. So those areas are going to be under the gun for a potential possible radar indicated tornado that's going to be in their area in those a lot of times frames. Losing my voice. 40 below. Oh, hey, weather on to go. You're back. Yeah, I don't know if you've seen it, weather on to go if you were away, but we were watching a long track tornado that was on the ground at least 30 minutes by the Bassfield area. We had it timed at least 30 minutes. It did fairly significant damage, even had debris ball at times. So that was our biggest tornado of the night so far. And we've had at least 3 or 4 confirmed. Yeah, and I shared a video on my Twitter feed of that tornado in Bassfield. But yeah, they did extend that tornado watch earlier to 11 o'clock. That included the Tuscaloosa area, more of an extension further east. Leaving when it gets interesting. I didn't see that. Thanks for the info. Hey, yeah, you're welcome. All right, so right now we have about 5 active tornado warnings currently. On the surface, it doesn't appear that's something that's very pressing at the moment, but we do have areas of circulation, and obviously that area by Collins that's had that circulation earlier that still has that tornado warning, but nothing confirmed. That obviously that's has shown signs of rotation, so we have to be more concerned about that. You know, trying to touch back down. All right, so we have another area of concern down here south of Monroe. So this is an area south of Monroe by the Clarks area, again by Winsboro. So this has been kind of the same area. So these have just been training. So by Winsboro again. So another area of instability, possible tornado heading towards the Winsboro area. And then, yeah, we have another one by, Nacogdoches. So this has all been, kind of traversing across this line here, if you will. I ran outside real quick to cover the tender plans. Hey, yeah, good call. You need 6 to 10 tornadoes for a tornado outbreak. Yeah, so you're watching that. Oh, yeah, here we go. Yeah, that one west of Starkville, as he pointed out, looks pretty interesting right now. This is the beginning stages of what we were seeing earlier as this developing hook, but But what this system has going for is got all this rain about to enter the picture. So there's going to be a very small window if something happens here because we're going to get a lot of rain getting entrenched in this area. So it would be really concerning if if this did not exist. But this exists, and I think that's going to be our little helper to maybe not make this form. But this is definitely concerning because this is, at least right now, has some pretty strong indications of rotation. So this is west of that Starkville, Mississippi area, near the Durant area. So this is an area that has a tornado warning, but is probably showing this could be even a possible tornado here. There's a small window here of this tornado before it gets a lot of rain wrapped into the system. Um, so there's a small sign we could be looking at a possible touchdown, maybe brief. It might be brief, but there's definitely signs that maybe something might come out of this, or if not, maybe even touching right now. But it's got a very very short window here. I don't know if there's something there. It's very small. Yeah, this is moving about 50 miles an hour. So this is right in that zone. Yeah, this is booking pretty fast here. But it's got some, it's got a little zone here. It's got a little bit of a dry pocket. So we definitely have room here. Yeah, but we're on this system because this looks to be the most concerning at the moment. Um, Let me get your bearings. So this is the city of Starkville, and this is literally just to the west of there. And it's got a little bit of clearance out ahead of it before this rain moves in, but it can possibly spin up something fairly quick and still can do some damage even if it's on the ground for a couple of minutes or so. So we got that tornado warning that will go on for another 20 minutes. It does indicate we got some larger hail with it, though. We have some larger hail with this system. Yeah, look at that. That's some definitely some bigger hail with this system. So tornado or not, this storm is doing damage. There's no question. Let's see. Are we at that 55,000 threshold? No, we're pretty much in the 47, 48 range. Yeah, we're 48,000 feet. So it's kind of borderline. Yeah, you see that last frame though. It's already that moisture is already filtering in. I mean, it's already kind of moving in there. It's not looking as impressive as it was. You get these feeder bands here. This is yeah, feeding into that slot there. But I mean, it's got this area that is that a confirmed tornado now? We just have to treat this as a tornado right now. It could be a small window, but we have to treat this as a tornado. We don't have confirmation, but it definitely appears that we could be looking at another tornado on the ground here, heading towards Ethel. I mean, heading towards the city of Ethel. I mean, this is not looking as impressive as the other one, but um, still, still, we could be looking at a tornado on the ground that still has that small window of having to develop. We might not get confirmation out of this, but this is something that is probably producing a tornado as we speak. So it's probably on the smaller size, but still can do some damage if it's touching down anything in its path. Okay, so it looks like Columbus. It looks like we have a developing tornado. Um, okay, where? Sorry, where's the Jackson? Okay, all right, so we have a confirmed tornado that's on the ground. This was out of the Jackson National Weather Service. That storm that was over Columbia has now a confirmed tornado that is on the ground as of 6:09, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour, northeast at 50 miles an hour. So areas in its path are the the Lindyville area at 620, Winsboro at 630, and Crowville at 640, and Baker's at 650. So this is another confirmed tornado that is on the ground coming out of the Columbia area. It looks to be just kind of south of Columbia, and it's this area of concern right here that does have the confirmed tornado that is on the ground as we speak, and this is all moving about 50 miles an hour. So locations in the path are going to be that Columbia area, the Winsboro area. So as you can see, the extension out of this crossing over. There's Liddyville, so this is the area that's going to be moving in this path right here, crossing over Liddyville, and then eventually into Winsboro. So it needs to be in your shelter immediately of this another tornado that has been confirmed on the ground. All right, so this looks like there's another tornado, or is that just? Oh, it looks like we possibly have two tornadoes on the ground. Okay, so this is oh wow, this is a PDS tornado. So this is another extremely large tornado just on the south the west of there. So at 6:08, there was a confirmed large, extremely damaging tornado that was located 7 miles southeast to Columbia. So 7 miles southeast to Columbia, moving northeast around 45 miles an hour. So this is a PDS tornado. So this is a damaging, life-threatening tornado that has been confirmed to be extremely dangerous tornado that is on the ground. So areas in the path our southeastern Caldwell Parish area. This is in Louisiana. So this is definitely in Louisiana. It looks to be a little bit more of a rural area, but nonetheless, we do have the confirmed tornado that is on the ground as we speak. What is up with my radar? There, it wasn't pulling in. All right, so now let's check the velocity view. Yeah, so it looks like there's two areas of tornadoes that are confirmed on the ground back to back. So it's one of these areas that are just kind of training within this sector. So this is potentially the largest tornado of the evening. This is a PDS tornado, and what they was often referred to as a particularly dangerous situation for the next 13 minutes, and is life threatening of a confirmed large tornado that is underground and needs to be taken seriously and get under cover immediately as this storm continues to move uh, northeast. So areas in the Winnsboro area will need to take shelter immediately as this confirmed tornado. Um, and you're already on a tornado warning, so you need to stay in your safe zone because this will be heading your way as well. So we got two potential tornadoes that are heading towards the Winnsboro area. Yeah, so this sector is starting to light up here. Yeah, it's starting to get definitely starting to definitely get busier. That's for sure. It's starting to get things are starting to get a little bit more active. We're in the 6 o'clock time frame. Yeah, so we're starting to see maybe some debris starting to elevate out of that system. It was over the Lidville area. Hey, Jackson has a severe storm to the north and one that is tornadic to the west. Yeah, so these chasers were on these storms, and it looks like it's going to come to him. See, they were just kind of hanging tight. They were hanging tight. It was fairly calm, but they were in this path, right? And you can't really see anything. Of course, it's pitch dark. But this is where he's at right here, and he's tracking this system. All right. So when he gets closer in within that tornado warning, we'll go back to that feed here. But it's getting more active for sure. We've got extra. We've got those one observed. We have those two observed tornadoes, and so overall we've got one, two, three, four. Looks like we have 7 or 8 tornado warnings. So this is this is by far the busiest of the evening so far of what we've been experiencing. So pretty active night so far. We've had, what is that, 5, 6 tornadoes, at least six. I'm starting to lose count now, but yeah, definitely getting more active for sure as we get deeper now that it's nighttime, and now we're getting closer in that window of that 6 to 10 o'clock range when it would look to be the most favorable. All right, so this tornado warning is really kind of tightening up, but we still got that PDS tornado that is on the ground. It's a life threatening situation. It's an extremely large, damaging, dangerous tornado over the Liddyville area, and that's all moving towards the Winsboro area. So this is the area that we have the tornado warning. So these are the areas that you need to be in your safe zone because this is doing a lot of damage in its path, and it'll be on your doorstep before you know it. And eventually, all this will be heading towards the Vicksburg area. So this is your kind of you're in the line, and then someone mentioned Jackson, right? So Jackson would be the maybe this storm might be missing just to the north of Jackson, but Vicksburg is definitely in line for this system. Mm. All right. Yeah, broadcast media damage was reported to the newsroom. Choctaw County in Mississippi. I'm just reading some early reports of some damage reported to a newsroom down there from this particular storm. Yeah, it looks like debris is being lofted 25,000 feet out of this system. 25,000 feet. Some of this debris is being lofted up in the atmosphere. So we're watching this damaging large tornado that is over Liddyville that's heading just north of Winsboro, maybe in the Baskins area now. We're getting confirmation that this storm has some of the debris is lifting all the way up to maybe 25,000 feet up in the atmosphere. Typically, when it's something like that, you have to have a probably EF2, potentially maybe EF3 type stuff. So this is, yeah, this would be considered a large tornado that's doing a lot of damage in its path as it continues lifting northeast. So this has been confirmed by ground spotters and radar now that debris is being lifted. You know what is that? 4 or 5 miles up in the atmosphere. And then it gets lofted in that jet. So that's where you can find pictures of families, like 60 miles later because it gets lofted so high and then it gets wrapped up in that jet stream. And then I've seen pictures as far 120 miles, that it just carries the debris from these storms. So that's very concerning to see something like that happening right now in Louisiana of this dangerous confirmed tornado down here doing a lot of damage to anything in its path. And eventually, it looks to be crossing a major interstate of Interstate 20. So it's continues on this path. It's going to be in line to the Vicksburg area. So that's a major city of this extremely large damaging tornado that is continuing to be on the ground here. All right, so it's going to expire in about 4 minutes. So we'll see if they actually extend this or not. But the velocity scans continue to show debris being lofted up in the atmosphere. So it continues to be concerning out of this area that we're still looking to appear this damaging tornado on the ground. It looks like we've got a warning from the Storm Prediction Center of an extremely large hail threat that may exist coming up over this corridor right here. They put out a warning a couple of minutes ago that a large hail threat may persist over the next couple of hours in this corridor right here. Yeah, everything's starting to come together now. Yeah, this one continues to hang tight. It still looks to appear looks to appear that it's still on the ground there. Yeah, so it looks like Brad is on it there. He's just in the south side of that storm. Another chaser's here. They're just kind of in position. This is an extremely large, damaging tornado on the ground right now. Oh, we're starting to see some maybe lightning out of that one, and getting confirmation of some visuals of this storm. You can only see it when you get the lightning flashes, but yeah, it's causing multiple power flashes. So this is definitely doing a lot of damage with multiple power flashes, 25,000 foot debris lifting out of the atmosphere. Yeah, it looks like they're also considering another tornado watch down here, points further south by, well, really in this sector. I mean, whether they issue the watch or not, I mean, we all know this is very volatile. So, yes, they're considering issuing an extension of the tornado watch, basically in this zone right here, where we're already seeing the confirmed tornado on the ground. So, and they will be updating again. I know the Storm Protection Center. I know with the time change, they'll be updating again probably in the next Oh, by 7. It looks like 7 o'clock will be the next update. So we'll be getting a fresh look at the data. Got 3 warm fronts, one in Canada, Indiana, and Mississippi. That cold front is booking it. Let's see where we're at. All right, so we still got those 2 observed tornadoes. Those continue to be on the ground, and we have several other tornado warnings that we're going to be keeping an eye on. But yeah, back-to-back tornadoes on the ground still for that same area of concern by Winsboro. I mean, if anything, it looks like this area has calmed down. If I'm looking at the Shreveport radar, it looks like this has calmed down in a big way. So that's always a good sign. So I mean, if you're still watching me from Texas, we're basically done. I mean, everything's done in Texas. Nothing else is going to happen there. And it's coming out of, you can see the state line there. So pretty much nothing is happening in Texas anymore. It's just about over in Shreveport, really. Um, yeah, let's look at the Little Rock radar. There's nothing really happening in Little Rock either. This is all to the south of there. I mean, Little Rock was kind of on the borderline as it was, but as it turns out, I mean, remember, I think Little Rock was in the enhanced risk earlier. Or maybe they were in the enhanced risk, but to me, I don't think they got anything. Then they moved out of the slight risk, but I don't think he even got anything in Little Rock. And to me, it looks like you're going to be fairly clear for the rest of the evening, as most of this is just south east of you. I think this cold front is really starting to influence things. I mean, I really think so. It's just pushing the timeline up. I think we're starting to see the beginning stages of slowly feeling the effects of this cold front being faster than what the data said. But let's look at the big picture. Let's go further north and into Nashville. So we do have some severe weather. Just we have one severe thunderstorm warning. This is mainly a wind threat. Um, some quarter size hail. But yeah, you are going to be on the outskirts. Here's Bowling Green. I know someone asked me about earlier. Again, on the outskirts, you have some higher wind gust, but some half-inch hail. This is more like nickel size hail. Maybe some 30 or 40 mile per hour winds. But yeah, the further north you get, the less severe you're going to get. And you still got all that moisture coming in from the Gulf. If you put the loop on this, you kind of see these fingers, this training rain. They should start to trim the wrist west near the front soon. Yeah, I would imagine. Yeah, when they update at 7 o'clock, most of the west stuff is going to be completely taken out of it because that front is already in Arkansas. It's almost pretty much on the doorstep of Little Rock, really. Yeah, we had confirmation it passed Oklahoma City, so it's probably within this vicinity. It's not that far away from Dallas, really. And here's the back half. So that's not really that far away. It's I mean, from Dallas to Shreveport, that's a 3-hour drive. Yes, look at some of the hail where it fell tonight so far. You can see some of these where some of the larger hail fell. Yeah, this is north of Starkville. There's some pockets of golf ball size hail there. Yeah, this is that one cell that came out of Nacogdoches. Had some 80-mile-per-hour winds with this. And look at that hail swath. That's a pretty significant hail swath there. Well, I'm telling you, I wasn't expecting those 80-mile-per-hour winds in East Texas. That's for sure. That was kind of surprised me. They would get those high of a winds um, that far away from, or at least the beginning of this system. So, but yeah, very destructive winds out of far East Texas there, and those were ironically that was the biggest of the night so far. I think that Indiana will get some rain and wind. Yes. Well, I mean, Indiana will, well, yeah, you'll definitely get the rain. I mean, well, wind is, I mean, some 30 or 40-mile-per-hour winds. I mean, maybe 50 at times, but I don't think you get anything severe. Yeah, 80-mile-per-hour winds with big hail means big damage. Yeah, I know. That's you got straight line winds and big hail falling at the same time. That's pretty significant. You might as well just have a tornado hit you. That's pretty much the same thing. That's but on a much larger scale. That's even worse than an isolated tornado running through a very small path. You get these straight line wind events. That's on a more of a massive scale. So they'll definitely be getting a lot of damage out of there of far east Texas. Um, oh wow, what's going on here? We have four confirmed tornadoes. So let's get back to all of a sudden we have four confirmed tornadoes now. We had those two, but we've added two more. All right, so let's take a look at these uh, one by one. So because we have another confirmed tornado happening right near the Collinda area. So this is another observed tornado. Oh wow, another large tornado, guys. So we have another very large PDS tornado. that is now on the ground. It's been on the ground for a couple of minutes and now. A confirmed large, extremely damaging tornado was located near the Conda area, or 7 miles east of Columbus, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So these are areas of northeastern London's County, northeastern London's County. So let's get your bearings here. This is just kind of north of Columbus, and this is all moving northeast. So if we look at this, this is your tornado. Wow. This is the large tornado that is on the ground right now, literally basically kind of just south of the Caldona area. An extremely large, damaging tornado that is on the ground right now. So areas in its path need to be taking shelter immediately, because we have another kind of inflow notch on the south side. This is basically northeast of Starksville. So northeast of Starksville. So remember, we already had those two tornadoes southwest of Starksville. Now this is northeast of Starksville that has a very large tornado on the ground. And locations in its path will be crossing over near the there's 20 here. This is over the city of Star. So over the city of Star, heading through County Road 49. There's Bluff and Stewart. The Carbon Hill area is in its path, and there's not much to the south of this. So very concerning of this damaging large tornado that is on the ground right now as this continues to lift northeast. Yeah, look at all the debris being lofted up in the air. This is another storm that we're watching, debris being lofted several miles up in the atmosphere. Another consideration of maybe another possible EF2 type tornado or greater here right now, unfolding with another large damaging PDS tornado warning happening right now, just northeast of Columbus, with this confirmed large tornado on the ground. Yeah, that is probably the most concerning look of the evening, guys. That's nasty. That does not look pretty. That's a strong indication of that damaging tornado that is on the ground right now. Yeah, it is definitely getting busy. It is definitely getting busy. There's no question. We've got four tornadoes on the ground right now at the same time, and we have five tornado warnings. So four confirmed, five tornado warnings. This has probably pushed us probably at 10 tornadoes now. We can probably confirm this has now been a confirmed tornado outbreak. This is already confirmed, and we're about 5 hours into the event. So, and we're not even halfway done. So, this was the concern going into tonight, that a lot of the data showed that possible tornado outbreak, showed possible extremely large tornadoes. We've already seen several of them, and now we are getting more confirmation of another large tornado that has debris lifted up in the atmosphere, probably again some 4 or 5 miles up in the atmosphere, doing extensive damage to everything in its path. So this is definitely very concerning that all the data is just showing exactly, we're getting ground confirmation now. This is exactly what the data was showing us before, and we're seeing living proof of it unfolding as we speak. With in this same area that's getting the large tornado, this is what happens. even after this one passes, we're going to be having this same system that's just trailing to the east west of you, that is also producing a tornado, going to be moving over the kind of the same area. So this is what you get with this area that was under the moderate risk and under the most favorable area. Very concerning to see these just training tornadoes over kind of the same areas here. Yeah, so here's the concerning corridor right here. I mean, this is your this is your sector right here of the really really volatile type atmosphere. Yeah, we're watching the Gulf of Mexico really starting to open up now, and the low level jets really getting closer, and everything's kind of coming together all at once, and it's just feeding these storms, and this is what's producing the tornadoes, unfortunately. Yeah, we are seeing still a huge area of rotation. So that's just further proof that this tornado is still on the ground doing a lot of damage, really heading right over Star and heading over Vernon. So that will be in your area of concern to take shelter immediately. This very large damaging tornado happening. Yeah, debris ball city right here. Yeah, this is a ton of debris being lofted up in the atmosphere, guys. Yeah, so we got four tornadoes on the ground at the same time now. We have four tornadoes that are on the ground at the same time. Hey, Scary Pal was talking about this over a week now. I'm lucky to be in California. Yes, this all really came together, really started about a week ago. It's always concerning when the Storm Prediction Center puts out a slight risk 7 days out. I mean, and then they put out an enhanced risk 5 days out. So it just goes to show you the confidence was there in the ensembles. Um, I mean, to warrant an enhanced risk 5 days out, 5 days, that's an extremely long time. So it's basically, they don't like to go backwards. They only like to, keep it the same or possibly intensify it. So when they're putting out a day five, enhanced risk, that is extremely concerning to have something like that. And then they put out a moderate risk 2 days prior to the event. So yeah, a lot of the data was showing this could unfold, and is unfortunately just kind of escalated to where it is now. So we're just watching this really just play out like the data said it would, unfortunately. Looks like the good thing is one of them is no longer on the ground. So one of the storms is no longer on the ground. So that is definitely a good sign that we're no longer getting that tornado, but we are getting, you know, what is that? Getting pretty close to Memphis there. So yeah, Memphis is on the outskirts of this whole system. So, but yeah, we are getting some of that rain, some of the instability getting a little bit further north. This is going to be moving a tad bit further north. It is expected to. You can see a new development further north here. This is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. So everything's lifting towards the Memphis area. So it's looks to be fairly calm right now in Memphis, Tennessee, but that probably won't be the case too much longer. So we got to. The good thing is we have probably a fairly short window. It's not going to be that long, but it looks to be having some instability moving your area before you get the back half of this system. So you're kind of getting a glancing blows, but I can't rule out things turning severe for maybe an hour or two uh, before you can get some colder air influence. Is there going to be night NATOs in Vicksburg and Jackson? Yes. Well, I mean, it's already nighttime. I mean, it's this is the this is basically winter now. It gets dark early, so yeah, it's the sunset's out there about 4:48. That's when the sunset is. So it's actually been dark almost 2 hours now. Oh well, they okay. It looks like they issued a particularly dangerous situation. Okay, so we have the extension of a brand new tornado watch. So this goes on until 2 o'clock in the morning. So this is for parts of Arkansas, Louisiana, and Mississippi. So it essentially includes the let's say the Yazoo City area, the Jackson area. I mean, where everything's happening right now. So this they put the extension on the tornado watch to be extended. Okay, well, it looks like the one was going to be expiring at 7. So this is just basically an extension of the tornado watch, but until 2 o'clock in the morning. So that's pretty. That's a long ways out. So 2 o'clock in the morning. That's a good 7 hours from now. 7 hours from now this tornado watch will go on, and this is a PDS tornado watch. So they're expecting several more large tornadoes potentially in this area. They're expecting some ping pong size hail and some 70-mile-per-hour winds within this whole corridor where essentially things are lit up right now. So within this basically this sector right here, this tornado watch goes until 2 o'clock in the morning. All right, so we'll move back into this one on into star. It still has that confirmed tornado that was on the ground. It's been on the ground for at least 10-15 minutes, but it's another damaging tornado that was over the Stens area, um, about 9 miles northwest of Millport, 9 miles northwest of Millport, moving east at 35 miles an hour with this particular storm. So this is another observed tornado that we've been watching coming out of Star, heading to south of Vernon there, and this is all heading northeast. You can definitely see it's not as prevalent as it was earlier. So it's not as like it doesn't show us signs of as it was earlier. So it's definitely being either rain wrap right now or kind of filling in on the south side. So that's good. So if it is an observed tornado still, it's not going to be one for really that much longer, it appears. Oh, there's the state line one. So there's another confirmed tornado over the Vernon area. That was by a Stringer moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. So locations in that path are the Paulding area by 7. So Paulding by 7, Orange around 7:10. Those areas will need to be in your safe zone of this another tornado that is on the ground heading towards potentially Meridian here. And there's another system out by Vicksburg. So that one's also heading towards the Vicksburg area. And this is another confirmed tornado that is on the ground. There's that storm by Winsboro. So this is that same area we've been watching really for the past couple hours. Has some ping pong size hail and it's moving about 50 miles an hour, but it will be heading over potentially Vicksburg here shortly here. See if we can see anything out of this. So he's on this storm. This is a storm chaser, Brad Arnold. He's on this storm where it has that observed tornado. And he's right here. So he's looking off in the distance and, you know, looking at lightning and see if you can get flashes of that tornado off in the distance. Very difficult to see these things at night. But yeah, he's in a great position on that storm because it's basically lifting northeast. So it's not really technically heading this way, but he's in a good position to see the storm if the lightning is just right and if he's got some clearance. Oh wow, that was a good lightning. Did y'all see that? Yeah, we're losing the deep purples like we had earlier, but nonetheless, yeah, they're probably trying to get some still shots here. It doesn't look as pronounced as it was earlier, that's for sure, but still, yeah, you got both of them on here on the storm. All right, so we'll move on to another storm because there's there's plenty of them. There's that one right there, but there is another observed tornado up down here by Stonewall. So there's another confirmed tornado that is on the ground. It's been that way for about 4 minutes. That was the one that was over the Paulding area, or moving 16 miles west of the Quitman area. That was moving about 40 miles an hour. So that was going to be in Orange at 7:10. So the city of Orange at 7:10. This is for central Jasper County, and that is in Mississippi, basically just kind of south of Meridian there, lifting northeast. And they went ahead and already extended the tornado warning to the northeast area. But yeah, there's the edge. There's the edge of that system, really kind of knocking on the doorstep of Memphis there. Not that far away, really. We're starting to see some showers starting to move into that area. So you're going to be in the yeah, and you have this severe thunderstorm warning going to be lifting northeast, so that should be over your area on the next update. So yeah, if you live in the Memphis, Tennessee area, you're going to be getting hit fairly shortly. So your calmness is now going to be over, and you're going to be locked into those severe storms heading your way. Yeah, but things look to be quieting down here shortly in Shreveport. We got about 12 more minutes, and after that, you're probably done in Shreveport. So we're slowly shifting the line. Hey, Memphis should see some lightning to the south. Yeah, definitely. Highway 315. Unfortunately, I'm not sure where that's at. I don't know where I was. Uh, hey, I really need sleep, but I'm scared I'm going to be unsafe. Where was you? You were in Memphis, Mitch? Is that where you were? Oh no, I'm sorry you got the flu. That has definitely been going around. All right, so we still have those two active tornado warnings that have those confirmed tornadoes with it. Yeah, this one should be expiring here shortly, but they already put the extension. Well, I guess it's not confirmed. Not, I guess it's not observed anymore. So I guess it lifted back up in the atmosphere. So that's a good thing. So there's Vicksburg, and this was the system that they were keeping an eye on. We had that confirmed on the ground, but it's no longer that's no longer the case. It's already lifted back up in the atmosphere. So let's go back to that one in Meridian where we still got that tornado that was confirmed by Paulding. So that was still a tornado that is on the ground. So we'll look at that one a little bit closer. Oh yeah, that's another fairly healthy size storm again. That's another fairly large tornado that's on the ground by Stonewall, and Meridian would be in the path of this. Yeah, it's 6:57. So this is another one that's goes on until 7:15, but it looks to be on the ground at least for 10 minutes now. And this is moving about 40 miles an hour. So this is moving at 40 miles an hour heading towards Stonewall. And you see the velocities on those last frames. It's definitely really evident that that tornado continues to be on the ground there. So we do have that extension that does include the Meridian area now. Actually, it might be more like this. So it might just be on the south side of Meridian. Yeah, welcome everyone that joined the chat and joined this live coverage. If you're just kind of now tuning in, I guess we've been doing live coverage for 5 hours now. We've seen numerous tornadoes. I kind of lost count. I'm just going to take about 10. We've seen at least 10 tornadoes so far this evening. And several of those have been really large tornadoes, unfortunately. And we still have extensions of tornado watches in place. So they did, in fact, extend the tornado watch until what 2 o'clock in the morning. So that's a long time from now. That will go on for another 5-7 hours. So here's your extension. So all the areas in yellow there, that's your tornado watch. So that's a brand new tornado watch that just got extended from Hattiesburg, Natchez to Vicksburg to Jackson, all the way to Greenville, Starkville, Tuscaloosa. It doesn't include the Birmingham area, but yeah. So these areas that are active right now looks to be continuing to remain active between now and 2 o'clock in the morning. So that is a very long time away from now. So um, that basically implies we've already seen 10 tornadoes and we're not even halfway done with this event. So that's definitely concerning that they've extended it that far. That's 7 hours from now. Yeah, so we're just watching all this unfold here. Yeah, so even though you are going to be getting some severe storms, you're not under that tornado watch, but you are having several severe thunderstorm warnings that will be lifting into uh I mean it's pouring right now in South Haven. That's not that far from Memphis. So and in fact, it looks like Memphis is now included in that severe thunderstorm warning. So you are in fact included in the Memphis area at 7:06. There was that storm moving. Wow, northeast at 60 miles an hour. So that's not going to be that far off from on your doorstep, moving at 60 miles an hour. Um, and I'm hearing the wind whip up and my area now. So it um, looks like the cold front's here at my house. Yeah, the wind is really whipping now. Yeah, typically you got a gust front ahead of the cold front. So we're probably getting the gust front. Hey, Rabbit. Hey, are you feeling the cold front where you are, Rabbit? It should be right there by your area. Yeah, 60 miles an hour is booking it. I mean, you know how fast that is, going on the freeway like that. So imagine a storm moving 60 miles an hour. That's a fairly fast moving system. You got to have a very intense jet stream to move something like that fast. So that's why we're seeing this setup this evening is. But yes, the tornado watch um, basically is just south of Tupelo. Anything north of there, you're not under the watch, but you or at least tornado watch, but you can't roll out severe stuff. So just because you're not going to be under that tornado watch doesn't mean that you might not get a spin up tornado or you could get some severe storms. That's definitely not out of the realm of possibility. All right. So what's the latest? All right. Looks like we've got that one storm still making touchdown down there by Jasper, Mississippi. And that'll go on for another minute. So we'll see if that continues. Which I think it will. Wow, that's still pretty prevalent down there. We've been watching this. We've been watching this storm now, this tornado for a while. This is another one. It looks like to be on the ground for a while. Dennis, man, you're the man. That's great. That's very. It's a very generous donation, Dennis. Greatly appreciated. Hey, that means a lot, Dennis. Greatly appreciate the support. All right, so we are watching this storm, which basically looks to be extended. They did, in fact, extend the tornado warning, but it doesn't appear that it's an observed tornado, which to me, it still looks to be on the ground. But nonetheless, they did extend well, that was earlier. Maybe they'll be adding to this. We're starting, but it's still showing plenty of rotation. It's still definitely showing plenty of rotation heading into Enterprise by Stonewall, and basically maybe just to the south into Stinson, the Meridian area. So those are the areas that are need to be in their safe zone of this continuing tornado that looks to be still on the ground. Yeah, that wind, man, that that wind is whipping outside. I can confirm there's some pretty strong winds behind the front. That's definitely. And I can probably confirm too, before I went live, I was looking at the latest data because originally it was supposed to be midnight and then it was showing as early as 9 o'clock, but it's only 7 and it's past. So it's already 7 o'clock and it's already passed. So that thing is way ahead of schedule. I can tell you that. Uh, oh, hey, Ross. Oh, you got a lot of damage reports coming in? 29. Okay, yeah, I'm looking at the storm reports. Yeah, 10 tornado reports so far, 10 tornado reports, which is basically exactly what had the number in mind. 10 tornado reports. We've had several 2-inch hail reports in Carroll, Mississippi, 2-inch hail. Yeah, roof partially blown off, and Prentice, Mississippi, getting a lot of wind reports. Looks like confirmed hail so far between 1 and 2 inches. But we've had 10 tornado reports, and that's pretty much the number I've had in mind that we've seen confirmed tornadoes for already. That we're just, getting confirmation from law enforcement or some sort of storm spotters, um, that we've been, going over the live stream with you. But yeah, just all very preliminary data coming in. But yeah, we've already seen a lot of damage, and considering that the tornado watch still goes till 2 o'clock in the morning, that basically implies we're almost maybe even halfway. That we're like halfway done, and we're basically starting to get into the peak of it right now. The main bulk of. All right, so he's over Vicksburg. So Vicksburg has been barely in the clear all night, but not anymore. So now they are on that tornado warning as we speak. That same storm that was over 7 miles southeast of Baker's. That was that same storm in the Winnsboro area that was moving 40 miles an hour. Just now it's heading over Vicksburg. So it's coming out of the Winnsboro area that was so active all night long, and then Vicksburg is getting into that, those cells now. Mm. All right, looks like we might have another tornado warning. This is a brand new one. Eagle Bend. All right, so this is a brand new tornado warning at 7. That was that same storm that was over or near the Bethesda area, more 14 miles south of Starksville. That was moving about at northeast at 40 miles an hour. So this is another tornado warning, not confirmed, but another tornado warning that could be over Crawford around 7:35, Bent Oak at 7:45, and then Columbus at 7:55. So it's another radar indicated tornado that is basically just south of Starksville that's heading northeast at 40 miles an hour. Oh yeah, Matt from Jacksonville. Hey buddy, how's it going? Hey, good to see you on here. Hey, thanks so much. I appreciate the support. Yeah, you're awesome. I know East Texas. You dodged that one. You were kind of really on the borderline there, but everything shifted off to the east, and yeah, you had some 80-mile-per-hour winds out there in far east Texas that we had confirmation earlier, and we did actually have a at one point it was maybe just north of the Woodlands area. It was a tornado warning out here, maybe North Cleveland. We did actually have a tornado warning. Not confirmed tornado, but we did have a warning there for a little bit at the beginning stages. But yeah, you can see the sun has set on the radar. It's everything's all dark now. And nighttime is really set in. Now they're relying on lightning to see the whew, where was that at? Oh, that was the Bassville. Oh, that was a good shot. That is a large tornado. Wow, yeah. So I'm looking at some video of that one in Bassville that was probably on the ground a good 30 minutes, and that's a fairly healthy tornado for sure. That was a good size, very large tornado. Wow, yeah, that's a I saw some video of it earlier, but that was a lot bigger than what I saw. So it might have intensified as it went along because the first picture I saw was daylight and this one was dark. So that tells you how long it was on the ground. Hey, Catherine. Yeah, heavy rain and lightning finally hitting us halfway between Memphis and Nashville. Yes, you are on the outskirts there, so you're getting that system. It's on right, yeah, right there. I mean, you're raining pretty good. It was raining heavily in South Haven. Now that's moving out, and yeah, so you I told you you're kind of on a glancing blow there of these storms, just kind of right along this boundary. Yeah, if this was another 50 miles to the northwest, and this whole corridor would be where Memphis would be locked into it. But it looks like you're just on the outskirts there. You'll probably get some rain, but you'll miss the most intense stuff. Hey, cats dislike oranges too. Catnip, they love that stuff. What are we talking about here? Does anybody know how to keep a cat off of you? Oh, So- yeah, yeah, I know. Yes, cats. They love catnip. It's been a while since I had a cat. We have two dogs. Um, I haven't owned a cat in 15 years. With my two dogs, I can't have a cat. They terrorize the poor cat. And when my kids were little, I used to always want to chase the cats, so that was no fun for the cat. We found a good home for it though, and she lived a long, long time. Hey, do you think it'll dissipate before reaching here northeast of Chattanooga? All right, let's see. Um, okay, here we are. Here's Chattanooga. Well, I don't think it will dissipate. I think by the time it actually reaches you, it won't be severe. So, um, yeah, so you're going to get the rain. I don't think there's no question about that. But by the time it actually reaches you, it should be not severe. So, oh hey Meta, appreciate it. Yeah, the line is about 50 miles. I mean, it's actually not that far. I mean, basically, I mean, here's Memphis. I mean, this is basically yeah, I mean, it's not that far. I mean, and there's the line. I mean, so it's kind of like training right there on the borderline of Memphis there, see? Yeah, so there's plenty of rain. It's just really just right there. It's not that far away. But it's technically not heading your way. It's kind of moving northeast. Any severe storms still supposed to hit the southern Indiana area, southern Indiana. Yeah, you're probably good on the Indiana front. Like I said, you'll probably get some rain out of this deal, but I'm not expecting severe storms for you. When or if North Carolina will be hit? Hey, Bobby. Well, everything moves east, so tomorrow, I mean, it'll be in North Carolina. It just won't be severe. So you'll have rain, but it some of these areas are under a marginal risk, and so basically, some borderline 60-mile-per-hour winds at times. So that's, but yeah, no question, it'll be heading to your area and then up the East Coast, but it won't be severe. So yeah, this whole area gets wet. I mean, this is all lifting. This entire area will get wet. They'll eventually feel the effects of the system, but it won't be severe at that point. Yeah, the main concern is tonight is after After this tornado watch expires at 2 o'clock in the morning, where you're probably going to be done with the severe stuff, and then it'll just transfer into more of a light to moderate, very, very marginal severe thunderstorms, tomorrow. It's cold now. I know. I got my shorts on because it was 81 degrees. And I'm thinking, uh-oh, cold front here. Oh wow, it dropped. Okay, it's already dropped 10 degrees in my house. So that's yeah, cold front is here. Yeah, and it's got me going down to 33 tonight. And I was 81 today. So that's a pretty significant drop from 81 to 33. Oh yeah, the 6 a.m. thunderstorms. Well, yeah, I mean it's an overnight event. I mean, these areas you're probably going to get, even if it's not severe, you can still get some thundering and lightning out of the deal. This has a lot of lightning. There's no question. Um, we can zoom in. I mean, look at some of this lightning display. It's pretty prolific. Ton of lightning heading into Birmingham. I mean, you see Birmingham getting a ton of rain, right? But it's just not severe. All right, so we still got that tornado. Is that the back half of this system? I mean, wha- really? I mean, there's no rain back behind this. Hmm. No. Let me switch radars because no, that's not. That's. I thought that was too good to be true. All right, so I expanded the radar. So yeah, it's still raining in Shreveport. Is it still snowing? Oh yeah, it's still. Look at that. It's still snowing in Oklahoma. I mean, that was a. I think some of the data showed you have like a little dusting, but let me zoom into Oklahoma here. That's actually snow flying, probably some dusting, but nonetheless, we have some snow heading towards Tulsa here. Yeah, even maybe Oklahoma City might get some flurries out of that. But yeah, back behind that front, there's a little bit of a lift, a little bit of a lift. Obviously, they're cold. Oklahoma City is below freezing now. So definitely by far it's cold enough to snow. Hey Judy, still 32 here, but feels like 22. Wow. And yeah, look at that snow. I mean, that's not that far away from you. It's in Eden, north of Stillwater. I'm sure that's not much, but yeah, probably won't be surprised to see some snowflakes fall out of that. But yeah, the back half of the instability is still kind of over Shreveport. That's the back half of this storm. Alva has tiny little flakes right now. Yeah, I'm sure it's dry. It's got some dry air at the lower levels, so it's going to be fighting that the entire way after that cold front has passed. Atlanta area rain starting to fall around 8:50 on and off through 1 a.m. Temps creeping up a couple degrees here. All right, so here is the Atlanta area. So yeah, they're experiencing those showers and thunderstorms. So everything's moving their way. It's just by the time it gets there, these won't be these won't be severe. or at least very marginal at that time. Yeah, let's look at the all right, let's look at some of the modeling. All right, so let's run that through and let's look at some of the short range guidance here. All right, so here's the latest. This is the latest run on the high resolution guidance. So we're just kind of get a feel of where this storm could be. All right, so here's the that's the indication of the cold front. So this would be, later on this evening as we move through time. See this little sharp line? That's an indication of where the cold front will be. This will be about 11 o'clock. So here's kind of a radar depiction on what the radar could look like about 11 o'clock. So we do have maybe the back half of the storms here heading through Memphis area, still raining a little bit in Shreveport, still heavily a lot of precipitation here. This is where we have the extension of that tornado watch through 2 o'clock in the morning, just south of Tupelo into Jackson, into Lafayette. This would be about 11 o'clock. So what we're looking at is some of the high resolutions guidance here on where this storm could be through about 11 o'clock. So you can see it's through Murfreesboro up to Nashville. You can see you definitely get rain. So you get rain all the way up the coast. You got, Indianapolis, you got Fort Wayne and the Columbus. So you're going to get rain out of the system, but these aren't going to be severe storms. Yeah, through Atlanta, and then we can move the clock till midnight. There's midnight, so still some pretty prolific, purple showing up. So this is still indicating some pretty severe stuff in and around the Starksville area. I mean, this is why they have the until 2 o'clock in the morning. So these are just the latest runs of some of the high resolution guidance, still showing that very intense storms over Mississippi, still over Jacksonville. I mean Jackson by then, coming out of Monroe. So you can see the back half of this the cold front. There's the cold front. This is midnight. This would be midnight. There's 2 o'clock in the morning. So at 2 o'clock in the morning, the tornado watch officially ends. So it should be done pretty much coming out of Jackson by then. Should be coming through Baton Rouge, Meridian, through Tuscaloosa, through Birmingham. I mean, they might even extend it. They could extend the tornado watch maybe a little bit further off to the east because that's pretty volatile right here with those discrete circles, the supercells starting to show up on some of the high resolution guidance. Chattanooga and the Knoxville, and you head north to Charleston, and this will eventually head, all the way up into Indianapolis and to Detroit, getting close to Pittsburgh by then. You can see how fast this is moving. That's at 2 o'clock in the morning. And then we go through 4 o'clock in the morning. Then it more or less transfers into a squall line, right? It's not isolated anymore. We're not seeing those discrete supercells. We're seeing more of a squall line. So this is, again, that's why they have that marginal risk in place. So Yes, you can't roll out some severe storms, but it'll be mainly a wind threat here with this squall line moving through in the overnight hours, 4 o'clock in the morning, Montgomery into the Atlanta area, swinging through, Roanoke, all the way through Knoxville. And yeah, this thing's booking it. 7 o'clock in the morning. By the time you wake up tomorrow, 7 o'clock in the morning, it's it is pretty much all the way to Richmond, Virginia, to DC. So yeah, pretty fast moving storms through Toronto, through Ottawa. And if we just continue, this will eventually make it up the East Coast through 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. So you can kind of get a feel of where we're at here, right? So if we expand the view and watch these storms, that line that you're seeing that's the cold front. That's the cold front trailing behind, finally getting entrenched, but that does not happen until you see that like 1 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, there's midnight. So there's midnight. You can still see the separation between that and the cold front. So it's really not until 1 o'clock in the morning that they meet up. And that's probably when the severe storms start to wind down. And that's why they have the tornado watch until 2 o'clock in the morning. You see that? So, yeah, strong indication that we still have another at least 5 more hours of severe storms. And then once this forms into a squall line, it mainly transfers into a wind threat. Then you have some borderline severe stuff, some 60-mile-per-hour gusts in the overnight hours. Yeah, so that looks to be how it might unfold with the latest scan there. All right, so it looks like a quick refresh back to where we are. Looks like we still have four tornado warnings. Nothing observed at the moment, but four tornado warnings. And these chasers are still on that storm in Vicksburg. But you can see through those runs. I mean, we've got more stuff coming. There's plenty of data showing a lot of area of convection still to come, and that's why they have extended that tornado warning watch until till 2 o'clock in the morning. Hold on, I'll be back in a second. All right, I'm back, y'all. All right, so yeah, we just refreshed and looked at some of the high resolution guidance, and looked at what may be to come down the road for the next couple hours, and it definitely appeared that you know the tornado watch that was extended until till 2 o'clock in the morning. It was definitely warranted. Just on the last HRRR run, definitely showed numerous possibly severe storms over that same sector that had the tornado warning or the tornado watch. So yes, we still got a good solid 4 or 5, possibly 6 hours left of this severe threat before it winds down way in the wee hours of the morning. 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning before it transfers into more of a solid line of wind threat. A solid squall line. But yeah, that storm near Memphis is just slowly maybe inching their way. But it's really been just kind of on the borderline there. All right, let's go back to that storm on Vicksburg because this is that same storm that they had. Well, they're under two tornado warnings, but currently there's no observed tornado. But there's definitely been signs of this whole area. Has been rotating for sure. Most of the night. But yeah, Vicksburg currently does not have a confirmed tornado associated with this. Right now. But this is the area that we do have the warning in place, and we're looking at some of the velocity views. Um, yeah, nothing showing some sort of just a lot of rotation of this atmosphere. So, but nothing right now that shows that we could have a touchdown any moment now. Oh, so yeah, it's finally raining in Memphis. Yeah, so it's been hugging your coast there for a while. But it's maybe slowly inching your way. But yeah, the temperature is really falling. Snowy and stormy. I'm anxious if you see if you get any snow out of that, Judy. Uh-oh. All right, we have another confirmed tornado. It appears that it's on the ground. So we have another confirmed tornado that is on the ground. This is um, southwest of Columbus. So southwest of Columbus near the Bent Oat area, but moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So it looks to be Columbus is in the path of this system until 8:15. So this is another confirmed tornado basically south of Columbus there. So if we can zoom out and get your bearings, there's the city of Starkville, and it's just right in that same corridor that's been really highlighted this evening of tornadic cells. So this is yet another tornado that is on the ground here, basically just kind of south of Columbus. So let's zoom out and let's get your bearings here. This is moving northeast, so it's going to be crossing over Highway 82. This is basically northwest of the Tuscaloosa area and just south of Columbus. So we have yet another confirmed tornado that is on the ground. This is probably the 11th one of the evening now. As this will continue to move off to the northeast about 40 miles an hour. So, uh, Jasper would be probably another major city in the path. But before that, Millport, Fayette, Barry, Carbon Hill, into Jasper. Those are some of the areas of concern that it could be in the path of this particular storm that will need to be taking shelter over the next 30 to 45 minutes. Yeah, so if we watch the last couple of frames, this whole area, again, this corridor, if you will, has been kind of lit up all night long, and this is what we're seeing is just these rounds after rounds as this whole sector has kind of been prime condition for these tornadic storms. I just went outside now. It's barely making a sheen on the pavement. Okay, so it's barely falling. Huh. All right, so let's go back down to Meridian because this is another area that was been tornadic all night long. So we have these two tornado warnings down here further south. This one was another area of concern near Increase or 12 miles southeast of Meridian. This is for east central Mississippi and northeastern Clark County and Lauderdale County for another tornado warned cell that could be over the city of Snell. That's already past Snell. That could be over Kewanee at 810. Yeah, so this is just southeast Meridian here of just another cell moving northeast. Oh, looks like we got a severe thunderstorm warning that extended into Lexington, Kentucky. All right, so it does include some 50-mile-per-hour winds, but it went severe because it does have some quarter-size hail with it. So this is a new severe thunderstorm warning going all the way up to Lexington, Kentucky this evening for some quarter-size hail that could be approaching your area. Mm. Tornado warning, yes, in Alabama. This got extended. So this is the brand new tornado warning. This is the first one of the night for Alabama, actually. This is put out by the Mobile, Alabama area. At 7:54, there was a storm that was capable of producing a tornado near that increase. So this is basically just an extension coming out of that storm near Meridian. But nonetheless, it has crossed over the state line and now into uh, Alabama range. So now it's been forecasted from the Mobile, Alabama National Weather Service. Of it's this is still, you can actually see it's still pretty evident here. Lots of deep purples. That's why they went ahead and extended this tornado warning. Has a ton of lightning with it, and this will be moving off to the northeast as well. So this is all shifting, slowly shifting east as time goes by. Yeah, it's dropped almost 20 degrees in the last 2 hours, I think, here. Yeah, you're right, Stormy. I'm falling fast. I'm in the 50s now. So yeah, that's a pretty fast drop. Yeah, so I think we've had, like I said, 11 tornadoes that I know of this the tonight. So if you're just now tuning in, welcome to the channel. I do, daily coverage, daily videos, and do live weather during like high impact events. So make sure to hit the like button on this, as well as subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, so you can get all my daily content. And all the ones that are subscribed, make sure you hit the notification bell. They always give you that notification so you can get notified from YouTube whenever I upload, which is, typically in the morning time, really between, I would say, morning and noon. I'm typically updating. Tomorrow might be a little later because I'll be sleeping in. So, but I will probably do a video tomorrow, but it might not be until the afternoon. We got a lot of stuff coming, and we move out of the severe stuff, but we get to talk about more snow, and eventually we're going to talk about more colder air. But um, there's lots of interesting things happening in December. It's going to be a very interesting month. I can see, but I'm hey, in North Texas, you have it all, heat and air conditioning. We get extremes. Yeah, that 81 was a thing to see today, and it's probably one of those things we actually could soar back up next week. We do have a southeast ridge coming in, and these areas points to the south could be pretty elevated. So we've got some rapid swings coming up for sure, especially further south. You're going to feel that cold front, but then things rapidly turn around, and by Monday we could be looking at upper 70s again. So it's kind of a roller coaster of temperatures, and just a rapid changes, and a kind of a big shock to the body. Um, so keep your shorts and keep your winter coat handy. I am a Texas girl from Galveston, but I now live in Arkansas. Yeah, I grew up in Houston myself, so I've been to Galveston many times. Hey, my wife was wondering if you work for a professional weather station or if you just have a passion for the weather. No, this is what I do full time here on YouTube and PAL, and that's PAL is my company. So no, I don't work for a station. I work for myself. But yeah, very strong passion for the weather. That's pretty obvious. I've been loving the weather since I was 8 years old. I grew up in Houston, and Hurricane Alicia went over my house back in '83. I'm 47 years old now. So I've been doing this a while. But yeah, after Hurricane Alicia passed over my house when I was 8, I just found myself really loving the weather. I was kind of obsessed with it. And, as time went on, I I was always one that studied the analogs and the models and the weather patterns. You know I like to match up events. Like if it happened before back in these years, if you have the same dynamics, there's a good possibility if it might happen again. So um, yeah, so there's but yes, that's it's one of those things I've probably been doing for 30 years. A good 30 years. So yes, I started PAL on Facebook in 2017, and then I started a YouTube channel in 2019. So I've had this channel since 2019, and I'm literally about to roll over almost a thousand videos. I think I'm at 998. I'm like right there. So obviously doing the math, right? You do the math. That's a lot of content. I basically put one out every day. But um, but no, I've always loved the weather. I sometimes I get a little bit obsessed with it. My wife was whenever we go on vacation, I can't put the phone down. So it is it sometimes it is hard to get away from it. But yes, I do love the weather a lot. So hey, I'm 54. Was an Alicia? Oh, cool. Yeah, that one, it literally went over my house. Our power was out for 3 weeks. Yeah, it was 110-mile-per-hour storm, category 3. That was a pretty I was just like in awe. Of course, I was 8 years old, but I was like, man, that's pretty powerful. Like, how did that happen? Like, that was, and then my power's out for 3 weeks. Like, that must have been really strong for the to knock the power out for three weeks like that. And but no, I mean, I don't know. Some of those, if you maybe talk to any weather guy, that they always have some sort of story. Like you got to go some sort of event. Maybe the passion's got to come from somewhere, right? So if real life experiences, but no, you know, so yes, I decided to share my passion with others. That's basically how it started. Um, and that's what I'm continuing to do. And now I get to do it for a living, which is even more cool. I never thought I could do this, but I'm loving it every day. So I definitely enjoy what I do. That's for sure. All right, so let's get back to the weather here. All right, so we still got storm activity happening. All right, so we still have three tornado warnings that we have to be concerned about. I didn't look anything confirmed on the ground, but still that same area just north of Vicksburg still has that tornado warning associated with it. Still rotating, but it's coming out of the Eagle Bend area, 10 miles west of the Redwood area, moving about 40 miles an hour. This looks to be getting close to the Yazoo City area. So this was the area that got was under the gun earlier. Might be impacted again from another cell heading your way. So definitely be on the lookout. You still can't let your guard down. We still got storms to consider. Still rolling in for another couple more hours. Hey, I know the weather interests me, especially tornadoes, heat waves, and derechos. Yes. Yeah, we've had a couple derechos. It's the best to show how Hurricane Alicia in Texas made me addicted to hurricanes as a kid. Yeah, that was a big storm. I mean, you get these storms like that. I know they had Ike now. Of course, they had Harvey. Yeah, and all my family's still there in Houston. They were pretty affected. I know my sister. had to move out. She couldn't get back to her house for 3 weeks during Harvey. So yeah, Harvey. Even though I was in Dallas, Harvey definitely affected my whole family down there. Yeah, there's that snow we're also kind of following in Oklahoma here. It's getting a little bit closer to Tulsa here. Just a pocket of light dusting of snow. Kind of nice to see further south. Of course, Oklahoma's already had a little snow, but it definitely appears that Tulsa, maybe Oklahoma City might get at least a dusting out of this. I just never realized you guys really got that cold. I thought the freeze a few years ago was something rare. Oh, yeah, well, I mean, that cold. I mean, it dropped at 4 below 0 at my house. That was cold. Um, I mean, -2 at DFW. So, yes, I mean, it very rarely gets in the single digits. It's been so, yes, that type of cold, it was something very rare. But, yes, it can easily get in the teens for sure, and sometimes the wind chill drops below 0, which that's even more rare. Yeah, last winter was miserably cold. I still miss Texas over California. 35 years now in California. All right, where are we at? We're at 8 o'clock. Has it been a while since we've had a tornado? I mean, it seems like we have. We've had some warnings, but it looks like things are kind of a little bit of a lull. I got really busy there for a second, but things have, a little bit of a lull lately, which is always good. Yeah, some warnings, but no confirmed tornadoes currently at the moment. Let me zoom into some of these. Okay, so we got some velocities coming back here. Yeah, nothing as extreme as we were seeing earlier, that's for sure. I've technically been to Texas, but only in the airport. Yeah, I don't know if that counts. Like a layover. Well, I've literally lived here all my life, so I am a native Texan. I've lived in San Angelo in 71 and 72. All right, let's go on the Twitter feed. Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm just looking at some of the pictures from earlier with some of the video that came in earlier from some of these tornadoes that were on the ground. Yeah, there's already been a lot of damage this evening. It wouldn't hurt me if everything kind of dried up and this was it. Yeah. Yeah, so we're still dealing with several tornado warnings. One of them dropped, so there's only two. There's only two at the moment, so these are all good signs. It's been more quiet just in the last 20 or 30 minutes. That's obviously a good sign. And yeah, but most of that stuff that has impacted some of the Memphis area is getting some of those one warning less than a severe thunderstorm warning. So we're talking some winds of 30 miles an hour, some pea-sized hail. So again, not severe. So you are going to get rain, but it doesn't appear that you're going to get anything, severe out of this stuff. At times you can get some 60-mile-per-hour winds, and that's why we do have some of these issued severe. But it definitely appears the further north you go, the tornado threat is a lot less, and then it's more of a wind threat. And of course, the hail size goes drastically down as well. And I get a great haircut. Yes, I did get a haircut yesterday. It's getting a little long. It was getting a little long, so but yeah, they're like literally across the street. And I was funny. I was sitting there and she's like looking at me and she's like, "Wait, are you like that pal guy that I watch on weather?" Yes. Yes, that's me. I do get a lot of sightings in public here and where I live now. Um, it's kind of cool. Like, I'd be at restaurants and they look over and you can see them looking at me and they're like, I think I recognize that guy. I just don't know where I remember him from. So, but yes, I do get noticed a lot out in public now. That is probably more than ever. And I'm a talkative one. I love to talk to people. I went to Kroger. I'll just give you a story. I went to Kroger and say I was going to get some milk, right? And so I was going to get some gas. I was like, I had to get some gas, but then the guy needed to jump. So I was helping him jump his car with the cables, and then as I was doing that, another guy pulled up, and he was going to help too. And he turned around. He's like, "Hey, are you pal?" I was like, "Oh my, yes, yeah, I'm pal." We got him going. He went on his way, and then I was walking into Kroger. So as soon as walking to Kroger, went around the corner and somebody else recognized me. And so I started to talk about them. And anyways, there were like four instances at this one stop, and I was gone for an hour. My wife's texting me, is like, I thought you were just going to get some milk. I'm like, yes, I know, but I was kind of got caught up, and I ran into a couple followers, and I was talking to them for a while. So I enjoyed meeting people that have followed me out in publics, and I tend to talk a lot. So we have these in-depth conversations, and next thing I know, I'm gone for an hour to go get milk. So that was just a funny story. uh, so we can drop on the ground. It's a tornado. I mean, fair enough. It's technically a funnel cloud till it touches the ground. Hey, we need a Doppler 7000 radar out here in California. It doesn't matter. I rely on you. What do I need to grow my channel? Well, I mean, I am at the point where I'm probably going to be maybe adding some people to the so far it's literally just been me. I've been doing everything. Um, so I probably am in a position now that I can maybe hire some people. So that would be nice. I could finally maybe get some help. So I'll be probably putting that, game plan in place for next year. But yeah, I'm going to be continuing to do this for an extremely long time. So, and now that the channel's grown, the page has grown, the followers have grown, and sometimes yes, it can be overwhelming that I do all this by myself. uh, but that's been something I've been thinking about lately for sure. Like, all right, so we got, all right, so looks like we have an extension of the tornado warning. So yes, this is another tornado warning coming off that same area of instability that was crossing over into Alabama. That now was put out by the Birmingham National Weather Service for another storm that was located right here near Ward. This is near Ward, heading northeast. So this is another area that not confirmed, but it's just another area of rotation that's moving into Alabama now, lifting off into the northeast. Yes, shorts is another thing. For sure, shorts is definitely. I know YouTube has changed their algorithm to kind of they're looking at shorts, so that's probably something else I'm probably gonna be adding here. Um, Probably these are good like 20-40 second vertical videos, 20 to 40 second vertical videos. Yeah, 132,000 and growing. Yes, we have seen some growth lately, and at least the past couple of months for sure. I think this channel's looks like 132,783. So we're almost at 133,000 now. Oh yes, there is a new. Wow, that's further south, isn't it? That's a new tornado warning. Yeah, further south in Mississippi. So this is a brand new tornado warning that just got issued here. So this is another storm that was located over Gloucester, or 7 miles west of Liberty, moving about 35 miles an hour. So locations in its path are going to be the Liberty area at 8:30. So Liberty at 8:30. This is in Mississippi. Smithdale at 8:50. So these are the areas that are in the path of this storm. A little bit further to the south here. So another tornadic cell that just turned tornadic. Yeah, it looks like right here, just kind of south of Liberty, is where we have a lot of the instability in place to the southwest of Liberty. So this is why they issued the tornado warning as we speak. So you need to be in your safe zone if you live down here near the Macomb area of this developing, radar indicated tornado that has warranted a tornado warning down in this area. Any reports of hail from the system moving from Memphis towards Nashville? Well, I mean, we did have some hail, but it was nothing that was severe hail. So we looks like we had some little pea-sized confirmed hail. There might be some very isolated pockets of quarter size, but that's about it. But yeah, so we'll be watching this area down here further to the south, into the Macomb area. Just another tornado warning that we have to keep an eye out if things get out of hand. And zero bluster sensationalism. Plus, your mods are great too. I appreciate it. No, I try to be as accurate as possible. I mean, I really do my best to, you know, uh, basically, if I'm saying something on my channel and showing you a model, I've got to have at least 40% confidence, right? I mean, I'm not going to just show a model that's 2 weeks out that has some snow on it and say it's going to snow in Texas in 2 weeks or whatever. That's I've lived here long enough. That's not going to happen. so, I mean, I try to give you the best assessment of what's actually going to happen. And if I'm basically showing it to you, that means I probably have. I mean, to me, a 40% probability that it's going to happen. So confidence. So I have a 40% confidence that it's going to happen. I mean, uh, so that's typically my threshold and how I view things is like you have to have at least minimum 40% confidence of it coming to fruition. So if it's something that just happens to show up on a model run, for 12 days out and oh, it's going to do this. Well, I mean, yeah. So I mean, I don't know. I try to report the best I can. So, but no, I appreciate that. That's very kind. Hey, Dennis. Hey, thanks, Dennis. You're awesome. Thanks for becoming a member. But yeah, there's a lot of moving parts to this weather stuff, right? I mean, it's not just the models. I mean, so there's a lot of different elements that go along with it than just the models itself. And I guess is how we interpret the models, right? So you have availability of the data, but how you interpret the stuff, and then sometimes I might say something that might read into the models. Like these cold fronts are always colder than what they display, and I already might kind of factor that into the forecast. Um, because I probably know it's going to be a little bit colder than what it actually displays, even on a model, especially the global models, and especially with like Arctic fronts. So these global models really can't pick up and detect like shallow air. They have a really difficult time. So, and that's what we're going to have in December is we're going to turn cold at some point, second or third week in December, and the models are really going to have a very difficult time picking up the grasp of the true cold air that will be coming. And so you're going to find that um, It's going to be like model busting. What I call model busting. It's always going to be behind the data, essentially. Well, at least looks like they're back from soccer. Hey Ross, I think the middle part of December is going to turn very cold and very snowy. Yeah, that it's very unique that negative NAO that's coming, that -2 stigma deviation. That's only happened like 5 times in history that we've seen something like that, and yeah, it's very unique setup. So I don't want to get into much of that right now, but yeah, very unique setup coming. It's gusty outside. Yeah, definitely. I'm down to 55, and that's why the wind chill is going to be in the 20s in the morning. All right, so we're still dealing with looks like three tornado warnings currently still. Let's put the overview on. Hey, based on this year's weather patterns, do you have any predictions regarding snow this year in Texas? Well, I'm leaning towards the 2013 analog for December. I'm kind of favoring that. We have a negative NAO. You know, well, if you live in Texas and Arkansas, so what has been very noticeable is the drop in the SOI index, the Southern Oscillation Index. Um, that has just now activated the southern jet stream, which was been pretty much non-existent since the start of the La Nina, since the September of 2020. So we've seen a significant drop. Literally from November 1st, we've had a 30-day moving average literally go from 20, almost 20 to a 4. That's a massive drop. So, I mean, in layman's terms, all that really means is we have two jet streams. We got the polar jet and then the southern jet. And now what systems come down, they get a little bit more active because they are able to tap into that southern jet stream. So then that basically means all you got to do is have some sort of Arctic air mass combined with the southern jet stream, and yeah, you are going to have some wintry precipitation further south. And it's one of the things I was looking for, like in the December uh December setup, December 13 setup, 2013 setup, where um I think we're going to find that once the southeast ridge, kind of eats away from that really extreme Arctic air that's really going to be building in British Columbia and Western Canada, we're going to be looking at 50 below zero next week up in those areas. That's definitely going to be putting pressure on that southeast ridge, and so as soon as that breaks down, um, we're going to be seeing that. So it's going to be probably a step down process, but I would imagine the third week of December, you're probably going to have to be looking for something further south, Oklahoma, Texas, Arkansas, with these with these fronts continuing, the colder air continue to push further south. So if you live further south, that's the time frame I'm kind of eyeing for. Maybe a better, you got to have the cold air in place first, obviously, but these overrunning setups, which we've already seen these overrunning setups, but we haven't been cold enough because it's only been November. But once you get in December, the averages go down greatly. So it's a little bit easier to get cold enough to freeze versus doing it in November. So the moral of the story is yes, I'm looking for possibly the third week of for further south, say Texas and Arkansas, to be a little bit more in the mix. And then of course there's always February. Further south, February is always the highlighted time because I mean, to me, it looks like if we do get the plunge in December and we have 2 or 3 weeks of below average conditions, then we are going to get a rebound at some point, a January thaw. But then it comes back with a vengeance in February. So it's kind of the overall thinking I'm thinking right now. Hey, Snowies, it's been so long since we've had a normal winter. I almost forgot. so, yes, I just decided to report my local weather and comments each morning on your show. Hey, I'd love to hear the report. I'd love to hear if you got some snow overnight. That'd be cool to wake up with because it's already cold enough, right? So wake up a little dusting on the grass there. Okay. All right. So yes, we still got a couple tornado warnings still in place. And report some hail from that system in Nashville. Hey, 31 now, just a little sparly out there, but no worries. No whiteness yet. Yeah, it doesn't appear that is moving very fast. It's very, very slow moving, but it's got to be. I mean, Enid has to be up getting some snow, maybe Stillwater by now. Looks like it's knocking on the doorstep of Tulsa. It looks like, according to this, that Oklahoma City might actually miss that. Yeah, Tulsa looks to be more favored than 3 lives every night. No way, I'm done. It's it's past me now. Yeah, but you can actually see you see this little line here? That's where the that's where the cold front is, right? I mean, you get oh, sorry. You get the yeah, this is your cold front right here. I don't know. To me, it doesn't look like to last as long as 2 o'clock in the morning. I think that cold front's gonna be our saving grace for the rest of the night. I think we'll probably have a couple more hours of severe stuff, but I think that cold front's really gonna win out sooner than what some of the high resolution guidance was showing. Hey, thanks for coming a new member. Hey, watching from Wisconsin. Love your channel. Hey, you're awesome. Thanks very much for tuning in from Wisconsin. Yeah, if we zoom out here, I still got some of these winter weather advisories and winter storm warnings for some of these areas further north, and they're still getting some that pretty good snow swath. Yeah, areas further to in Minnesota and up in parts of Marquette. Yeah, Seattle got some of their first snowfall of the season today, and I mean, I even had a report outside of Portland even had some flurries flying. That's hard to do because they're like 700 elevation out there. It's pretty impressive to even see some flurries in that area so early in the season. But if you recall back in April that the winter lasted late, they had a snow in Portland back in April. It was sort of like one of the latest on record. I mean, I think April 7th rings a bell. Portland had some snow as late as April. So yeah, winter lasted for a while. I know those guys in up in this area was like, "Hey, when's winter gonna be over?" It's like May and it's still snowing. Well, honestly, like right now, I expected this to be, we had our peak, it looked like, but things have been, on the calmer side, at least. Just we're seeing, radar indicated tornadoes, but it definitely appears that things have um, been calmer the last, 45 minutes or so. There, it got pretty crazy there with four or five, tornadoes on the ground at the same time. We got up to about 10 tornado warnings at the same time, but we have not seen a tornado. And honestly, this was we're in that 8:40. I mean, this is like prime time when it was supposed to be like really, really, really busy right now. So this is a good sign that we're not seeing this crazy outburst of activity right now. This is definitely a good sign. But we've already had enough, right? I mean, we've already seen 10 or 11 tornadoes. We've seen some large tornadoes. Um, if we don't get another tornado tonight, this will already be a tornado outbreak. So we've already, done everything the data said it was going to do. We don't really need any more. So it's definitely a good thing that hopefully this continues. Hopefully this is more of a trend versus just a little lull in the action. Um, Maybe I'm getting my hopes up because this is when things will really start to be, really, really active and things aren't, lit up across the board. So, but yeah, it's definitely done out of Shreveport. All the instabilities moving east of Shreveport by now. Most of the activities basically moving out of Texas for sure. And moving closer into Louisiana now, and then just really all their tornadic stuff where you know the tornado watch has been extended through 2 o'clock in the morning. So these areas are still under that tornado watch. And we looked at some of the latest high resolution guidance. It had plenty of activity, really. Uh, so it's just nice to see a little lull here. I still going strong. Yes. Yeah, still going strong. Things have kind of quieted down a little bit lately. We've got some tornado warnings, but the good thing is we haven't had an observed tornado in at least 45 minutes to an hour. So that's definitely a good compared what we were seeing just an hour ago when we had four or five of them at the same time on the ground, and several of them were PDS warnings and very large tornadoes too. So that was definitely concerning that we had like a little mini outbreak there. Hey Lee, hey, I agree, pal. Forecast is top notch in my book. Definitely appreciate it. Can I go back to Macomb? Yeah, I can go back to Macomb. Here's Macomb. Yeah, let me switch radars again. All right, so we got this area into Macomb. So let's look at the velocity scan. I mean, this is where we just kind of north of Liberty to the south of to the west of Thompson. This would be your area of circulation that we're highlighting. I mean, it doesn't look as pronounced. It's kind of messy, really, but nonetheless enough to warrant a tornado warning right now. But this will go on for another 17 more minutes. It's moving northeast at 35 miles an hour, going to be near Smithdale, like basically right now. So it's going to be right over Smithdale at any moment now as this continues northeast. Hey, Dave. Hey, buddy. How's it going? Thanks for tuning in. I am just a subscriber like you that found an excellent weather channel. Cool. Roy has a rare passion. He's good at what he's doing. Hey, you are too, man. Yeah, thanks for coming online here, Weather on the Go. Good to see you on here. Sorry you couldn't do your live stuff tonight. All right, so we're watching the latest scans. You can definitely see a little bit more lightning coming in to this area, so that's always concerning, showing maybe that the storm is intensifying. And you see that as we go through the scans here, get a lot more lightning. So that's definitely something to keep an eye on because that's always an indication where the storm looks to be trying to intensify here. So this is in the Macomb area in Mississippi. Yes, definitely. Don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe. And Let me switch back radars. Yeah, here's kind of a more of an overview of what's happening for the rest of us. Yeah, some of that instability sneaking up through Nashville now. You can see just pockets of these special weather statements that just include some 30-mile-per-hour winds, pea-sized hail, nothing terribly be concerned about. You see it up here by Bowling Green, another area. 40-mile-per-hour winds, pea-sized hail, 70 miles an hour. Wow, that thing is flying. Well, yeah, these storms are booking it. But yeah, raining pretty good in Jackson, coming out of Memphis now, but nothing severe. This is nothing severe to be concerned about. Coming through Murfreesboro. Here's another pocket of non-severe stuff. This one's a little bit elevated, 50-mile-per-hour winds. That's still below severe limits. Penny-sized hail. That's not going to do any damage to anything. Maybe some tings on the window. Got a couple flood warnings. So yeah, that was always a concern with this system. Some heavier rains. But yeah, it's really just points to the south. It's really in this zone. So I would say the severe threat has really kind of shrunk away in a way. And we have a severe thunderstorm warning north of Meridian for some 60-mile-per-hour winds, moving at 55 miles an hour, quarter size hail. It's kind of borderline severe. And then there's that tornado warning to the east of Meridian, another area that has some rotation to it. Movements, that was 9 miles southeast of the Livingston area. That's moving about 40 miles an hour. And then that area by McCombs, that area still circulating. They extended that tornado warning points north. So now areas in Brookhaven, areas in Woolworth, those areas that are under that, tornado warning for another 45 minutes. Yeah, it's definitely slowing down in Tennessee. Well, I mean, on the severe front, you're gonna get the rain in Tennessee, but the really active severe stuff is slowing down. So the only thing has 30-mile-per-hour winds, 40-mile-per-hour winds, and some penny-sized hail. That's not severe. Yeah, so I don't know, guys. I think of course these things could be going on for a couple more hours, but I've been live for what, 7 hours now? Is it 7 since 2 o'clock? So of course, and I woke early. I woke up early. I did a video before this event too. So um I think things since they've at least calmed down right now. You're probably going to still get some, severe storms, and definitely have to be concerned about tornadic supercells through about 2 o'clock in the morning. Probably a little bit earlier than that. You probably have roughly 3 more hours of stuff that you really have to be concerned about living in Mississippi, portions of Alabama. Further north, I think for the most part, I think that at least the most high impact stuff has definitely wind down for the evening. But um, so I'm probably gonna sign off. Yeah, go to bed. I'd love to have some dinner and then kind of wind down for the evening because I haven't even eaten, obviously. But no, I appreciate you tuning in to the live coverage. I really enjoyed it. Yeah. So hopefully nothing else happens tonight because we've already seen enough, right? We've already seen enough damage. There's going to be plenty of confirmed tornadoes. At least we've seen 11. I think we've seen 11 of these tornadoes that have made touchdown. It could be more than that, but yeah, thanks. Hey, thanks. I appreciate all the new members out there, all the new followers, the tuning into the live coverage, the donations tonight. Greatly appreciate. Helps the channel. Yes, I'll probably do another video tomorrow. Probably won't be until the afternoon, but definitely be looking out for that. We'll dive in. We'll dive into December a little bit, and then I'll probably put out more of a longer term December outlook. Around the first or so. Um, Not tomorrow, but the next day. So, all right. Well, that's it for the evening, guys. I appreciate it. Thanks for tuning in. Uh, thanks for everything, and we'll see you tomorrow on tomorrow's video. All right. Good night, everyone.